Hello. How's it going, everyone? Hello, Laha and Mr. Taco and Harmless and Flo. Hope you're having a good night. I've been here, locked up in this room, hearing what appears to be music in the distance beyond these walls. I try to go there to see what's going on, but I cannot leave the room. You see, there is a chain that keeps the door from opening, and I cannot take it off. But it's alright because I have a computer with internet, so it doesn't matter, doesn't bother me that much. I think there's somebody outside the window looking at me, but I just try not to think about it. Hello, Laha. Okay, let's go. Let's do episode 6 once more. Yep, that's how it is. Let's go. Where did we left off? A game was about to start, a competition to decide who gets to keep the magic of the witch's brooch that will allow the furniture that is Shannon and Canon to... Well, they already fell in love with Jessica and George, but their relationship is bound to fail without this magic. And it looks like Beato, the new Beato, is also being included in the competition. So there's that as well. As for the actual mystery of this specific game, you don't have to worry about it because nobody's died yet. There's nothing to solve yet. And it doesn't matter because you have other stuff to worry about. You have other mysteries to solve. Okay. I think we're ready. You might have noticed I changed the name while I was giving you the little summary. Okay, here we go. Erika had returned to the room that had been given to her on the second floor of the guest house. The next room over was empty. It was very quiet there. Even pressing her ear against the wall wouldn't help her listen in on the voices in the cousin room. Even with hearing power boosted by the detective's authority, it would probably be impossible to make out anything. This room was the farthest down the hall, a long way away from the cousin room. And last time, my room was right next to theirs. I see. So he's placed my room farther away this time. Such a modification to the initial arrangement is well covered by the authority given to the game master. It would seem to be quite reasonable first move. Well, it's better for me that way too. Hello, Bug. Like I'd want to hear those brats' squeaky voices as they play cards. This whole time, Erika had been facing the desk and working on something. She was preparing some of those pack and tape seals from before. She had asked Kumasawa for the stickiest tape in the place. She drew a complicated signature that could not be counterfeited across it with a permanent marker, then began making notches across it. This way, if she ever wanted to prove that some opening had remained closed, She could tick this tape over it, creating a powerful seal equal in strength to the Red Truth. These menacing seals had cornered Nazi so thoroughly in the previous game. Great. Is something wrong? He got me. That battler doesn't let anything get by him, does he? Erika grimaced and showed the piece of packing tape she had torn off to Dlanor. At a glance, Dlanor couldn't tell what had annoyed Erika. However, as soon as she held it, she realized the difference right away. This won't be any good. Yep. It's barely sticky at all. This won't reach even the close to the Red Truth. Even pack and tape can be of low quality, and it sometimes gets weaker with age. The tape Kumasawa had found was a bit too weak even for normal use. It wasn't nearly sticky enough to be used as a detective seal. Is it possible to tear it off cleanly? It is. This cannot count as proof of a seal. I guess Badler isn't totally incompetent as I thought. He probably tampered with all the packing tape on the island using the authority of the Game Master. Letting Erika get her hands on packing tape gave her a fatal weapon to use against witches. The previous game had proven this fact. And so, Badler had removed that weapon from the entire mansion. Most likely. All possible substitutes for packing tape have also been tampered with. Probably. Well, it isn't really so bad. At least this way, I won't have to look like a fool crawling all over the outer wall in the cold rain. Erika tossed the packing tape aside carelessly and flopped Spread Eagle onto the bed. Anyway, waiting calmly for the crime and smoking a pipe is also part of a detective's role. I doubt you'll have any role until the first twilight begins. So why not banish off somewhere and take a break? I imagine that just the sight of my face is tiresome for you. I do not smoke. I am just a kid. Oh, really? I wish I could. Well, only if it is as refreshing as smokers claim. It seems that you are not in high spirits. Does it look that way? Erika answered lazily, still looking up at the ceiling. Oh, this is the worst one. Bloodshot Quarterly. That's a really bad message. I can't even make the joke. That's not a good message. You might as well say worthless viewers here. Erika answered lazily, still looking up at the ceiling. That in itself was half an answer. The silence between the two was filled by the sound of the wind and rain. It was so quiet that the sound of the ticking clock rang out clearly. Lady Erika, may I ask a question? Depends on what it is. Answer's probably no, though. Well, we're just killing time anyway. What is it? Maybe Erika was bored too. Or perhaps the sound of the rain was making her sentimental. She agreed to listen to Lanor, which was very unlike her. Why? Why do you hate magic? Ah, you mean that thing downstairs with Maria? It was merely a foolish trick to deceive children. Everyone knew that. Was it really necessary to go so far to destroy that illusion? I cannot understand. Erika didn't need Lanor to tell her that it had been a childish fight. Well, I am a self-proclaimed intellectual rapist. I can't stand having magic confuse the truth. So, you feel pleasure exposing that? I sense a different emotion. A different emotion? What's that? To me, it feels less like pleasure, and more like a different negative emotion. Haha. You really are a mortal, aren't you? Even your eyes are like knotholes. My apologies. Please forgive me. Erika rolled over grumpily, turning her back to Dlanor. So Dlanor couldn't see her expression. Even so, for some reason, she could guess that this completely unobserved expression was one of pain. Interpreting this to mean that Erika wanted her to go away, Dlanor gave a bow and made to leave. Then Erika suddenly spoke. The words seemed so utterly out of place that Dlanor doubted her ears. And she had to ask Erika to say it again. What did you say? I love you. It really did seem utterly out of place. Dlanor wanted to see what Erika really meant, but the latter still had her back turned, and her face was out of sight. Thank you very much. I was going out with someone else a while back, but we completely broken up. The others might say things out of envy, but please ignore them. I'm gonna devote my whole life to you, so I want you to do the same for me. Let's find happiness together. Glamor avoided asking what she was talking about, and stood there in silence. For a while, Erika kept on dully and emotionlessly repeating soppy phrases that might have popped up in some shoujo manga. Then, unexpectedly, she once again followed up with a complete non sequitur. A new wallet. Hmm? Of course, she had no idea what Erika was saying. However, with her back still to Lanor, Erika kept on saying disconnected words. A strange cat keychain. A type of cologne that didn't suit him. A music tape that's not his style, which he said he borrowed from a senior at the theater. His senior was asking, so he had to go. He suddenly got a new part-time job. He said he was talking with a friend on the phone who just wouldn't hang up. Made too much curry. Went to the theater practice more often. The way he folds paper towels. Thanks, I've already eaten. He knew more about cosmetics. Sorry, I was sleeping. The toilet seat was left down. He spent the night over at his stage friend's place. My acting friends had a party here earlier. Someone must have left it behind. The drain and sink were cleared out. Receipts and point cards from places he never goes. The muddy soles are evidence that you went out on a Sunday when it was raining. That matches the strange symbol on the calendar. None of your theater friends have hair this long. That's a leading question. How do you know the plot of a movie you haven't seen yet? Evidence, circumstantial evidence, observation, surveillance, tracking, tailing, information gathering, wiretapping, asking around, questioning. I found tons of evidence that I loved you. I found tons of evidence that you loved me. But I can't find any evidence that you haven't been cheating on me. Give it a rest. If you love me, then trust me. If you can't do that, then you don't love me anymore. How could I love someone like that? I'll treasure you for all my life, and I want to do well in theater just as much. You said you like seeing me act, right? So why are you telling me to stop acting now? Why do I have to choose between you and acting? What's wrong with you? Am I seriously worn out, okay? Come on. What we do is fight when we see each other. Maybe we both need the time to cool off, okay? I need to concentrate for my next performance anyway. This girl working with Senpai suddenly said she wouldn't be able to perform. I need to rewrite the script by tomorrow. I don't have time for this. And anyway, if you really find it that hard to trust me, we're through. Stay away. Just go home, bitch. I don't love you anymore. Don't cry, damn it. It's disgusting. Die. Stop shouting, damn it. You're annoying the neighborhood. Just get the hell away from me and never come back. Without love, it cannot be seen. That's backwards. Because of love, you end up seeing things that don't even exist. It's nothing more than an illusion, one that no one but you can see, and one that even you can never touch. Without love, humans would never need to sift through truth and lies. Because we can see things like that, we doubt, we suffer, we cry out loud. Right now, I'm happy. Though it may be temporary, I've become the witch of truth. As I am now, I no longer need to worry about being tormented by non-read words. What about you? How would you have countered my endgame? How would I? That useless man couldn't have played the part of my opponent in that game. I was wondering how you would have countered it. Planner was suddenly thrust into the position of Erika's opponent. In the witch's game she had once challenged that man to. Blanor shared in the fragments of Erika's past and was made to grasp the full situation. The board was reproduced in full inside their heads. The situation was one-sided. Erika's side had constructed a blue truth based on countless bits of circumstantial evidence, had turned all of those into pieces, and was already cornering the opponents. For some time, Lanor thought in silence. An announced her by-the-book response. First move. I demand that you provide evidence that I have been cheating. Counter with the blue truth. I present 84 points of circumstantial and physical evidence. Counter with the blue truth. I present 6 points of circumstantial and physical evidence that I still love you. Good. Blue and blue cancel each other out, but the number of pieces used to construct each is overwhelmingly unbalanced. When both opponents meet with the blue truth, the decision is almost always based on which side has more pieces of evidence, regardless of the actual circumstances. This is especially true in the human world. So, by the standard rules, Erika would win. First point to me. Your next move? I will attempt to switch to offense and defense. I ask that you, Lady Erika, provide proof that you are not cheating. Perpetual check. That's a forbidden move since it resulted in an endless repetition of the same question going both ways. Then, I frankly declare that, despite a lack of proof, I still love Lady Erika even now. That's not read true, so it's invalid. Even if it was read, that'd be a stalemate. After all, I'd have no move to counter with. Planor remained silent for a while. Then she quietly responded to Erika's moves until they reached checkmates. A stalemate is a forbidden move in the game of witches since it means the ruin of the game. However, in chess, it also represents a draw. Because of this, it's a splendid final move that a weaker player can pull off if they're unable to win outright. In this situation, Erika clearly had the advantage, so it was natural that Lanor would seek a stalemate to obtain a tie. However, that would only be the case in chess. In the game where witches fight over the truth, it's a forbidden move. So, it was already checkmate from the very beginning. Lanor had no way to turn the game around. However, regardless of what the real truth between the pair of them had been, this game would be. Any other moves? Oh, witch-hunting Archbishop, protector of the truth. No. I resign. See, there you go. Erika had succeeded in crushing her opponent with the red truth she espoused. That her former boyfriend no longer loved her and was cheating on her. Her opponent had no way to argue back. After all, humans are not allowed to. A splendid game. A splendid finish from a superior position. Regardless of the truth of her opponents, Erika could win. A splendid victory. Lanor could only respond with silence. And with that, Erika spoke no more. She was probably done talking and wanted Planor to leave. Planor understood this, but even so, before leaving, she wanted to tell Erika one thing. A splendid game, Lady Erika. It's only natural that the detective wins. Even before you became Lady Berncastell's piece, you truly were a splendid wielder of the blue truth. However, Lady Erika, humans are only allowed to use the blue truth. And the only thing that can counter blue truth is red truth. And humans are not allowed to use the red truth. In that case, how should your opponent have shown his truth? Who knows? Maybe he should have used that gold truth or whatever, which is supposed to be stronger than the red truth at times. You certainly were the victor in that game. However, allow me to say this as a protector of the truth. What? I imagine it's something unpleasant. So say it and go away. Yes. This game is your victory. However, you still have not denied the 6 points of blue truth evidence I used to claim that I still love you. Even you are human. You cannot use red truth to deny those points. Later on, I used the detective's authority to have all 84 points transform into red truth. By the power of my master. I am human, yet superior to humans. A detective and a witch. I am the Witch of Truth, Purudo Erika. Any other questions? Parting remarks? I have none. In that case, please excuse me. Planor bowed and disappeared. After that, all that remained was a single Witch of Truth, laughing off a bitter past with an equally bitter smile. Judging by the bedside clock, it was almost exactly midnight. Okay, guess I should get a little sleep. The curtain has finally opened on the second day, October 5th. I wonder if this round's murders are happening somewhere about now. I hope our victims leave us some interesting dying messages this time. Whoa. Why didn't you discuss this with our mother? This is about a partner who's supposed to support you throughout the rest of your life. That's right. She's the woman I want to spend the rest of my life with. And that's why you need to choose very carefully, right? How can you be so rash? Eva and George could be seen beneath the eaves of the guest house. George had revealed his engagement with Shannon. Eva's anger had exploded almost instantly. This had been no more than George had expected, so he had responded with an ice-cold calm. Did you sleep with her? She told you she was pregnant to force you into a marriage, didn't she? How rude. I'm a strong believer in preserving chastity before marriage. Then why an engagement? I asked her. She accepted. What more could be needed? No, it's all wrong. Marriage isn't as easy as it seems in manga or whatever you're thinking of. What about her parents? Relationships between the two families? Are you some stray alley cat or an Ushiromiya George? How could you be so rash now when you might even be selected as grandfather's successor? Why didn't you consult me? I'm consulting you right now. No, not consulting. I'm just reporting. I've never counted on being selected as grandfather's successor. In fact, I'd rather refuse if it did come to that. I want to build up my own country and castle from the empty wilds, just like father did. Now listen here. Do you realize how hard your father has worked to get here? That's not something you can duplicate just by imitating him. Do you understand how often he was saved by luck and coincidence before now? And he got through it because he had a wonderful life partner by his side. You. Sayo is the kind of person who'll support me and make me be reborn as an even stronger man. You praise me for becoming the adult I am, but that could never have happened without her. What? Are you listening? George! Just let your mother handle this for now. Pull your head and think very carefully. Shannon isn't the only person interested in you, right? Yumi-san from that marriage meeting really took a liking to you. First I've heard of it. I thought you knew. Her parents were also very impressed by you. If you really dream to build your own castle like your father, Ayumu-san is the one who'd really be able to help you, right? Do you intend to betray her feelings? There's nothing to betray. There was never any special relationship between Ayumu-san and me. We just had a marriage meeting, and our parents got all fired up afterwards. You made us go out together several times, but we never even looked at each other. Ayumu-san is a well-bred, modest woman, isn't she? She just couldn't look at you because you're a man and it would be embarrassing and ill-mannered. If you can't feel anything from her unless she looks at your eyes, then just tell her that. I'm sure she'll look at you in the future. You want me to marry Ayumu-san because it will benefit you. You aren't pushing that engagement for the sake of anyone but yourself. George! How can you say that? Have I ever failed you to think about what's best for you? I haven't, have I? What is a parent's job? It's to look after the long-term welfare of their children, right? We've been looking down upon your entire future from a great height. From our vantage point, we can see that you're letting your momentary youthful emotions lead you down the wrong path. That's why I'm saying this, even though I know you'll hate me for it. If I didn't care for you, we wouldn't be having this fight. I'd just tell you to marry whatever strange girl you like and leave you be. You hear me, George? Leave this to your mother. There's no need for you to meet with Shannon-chan anymore. We'll take care of everything for you. Don't worry. We won't do anything bad to Shannon-chan. After all, it's thanks to her that you've grown so much. We won't forget that. So leave the rest to us, George. Sometime during Eva's rage, tears had started to drip from her eyes. Though those tears had caused him to hesitate, George turned his back and sagged his shoulders. Even George is a child of man, after all. Child of man mentioned? I mean, I was gonna say, could it be? Did Hachiyo Toya write this one? And then I thought, wait, no, we know that for a fact. She did write this one. Though he understands that marriage requires nothing more than the love of two people. He can't get over his desire for his parents' acceptance. And so, he is trapped between the tears of the mother who has always helped him and the fiancé he chose. Or is he? Okay. I think that's about enough. Huh? All my life. You've done a great job raising me, and I'm grateful for that. When I have children and become a parent, I'll become a parent like you. I'll be the kind of parent most worthy of respect in the entire world, and who can truly fight for his children's sake. George. With his back still towards her, George threw away his umbrella and slowly stepped out from beneath the eaves into the rain. Then, he slowly turned around. I'm glad you had a good trip. It was, without a doubt, the familiar face of Eva's beloved son. However, he was now his own man. Self-controlled and independent enough that their blood connection might be forgotten. I think it's about time. For what? I think it's about time you learn to let go of your son, mother. Sure. From now on, let's stop talking as mother and son. I am George. You are Eva. Let's forget that you're my parent and let our true intentions ring clear. The reason you want to choose the person I marry is for financial reasons, public appearances, and so that you can look good in that continuing quarrel between you and your siblings. Not siblings. Siblings singular, it's just Kraus. Eva does not give a fuck what Rosa thinks. You have no other reason. You do well to just give up and admit it now. I'm about to share my point of view with you. I suggest you do the same. After all, you will lose. No traces of love or respect for his mother remained in George's eyes. There was only a frigid glare as he gazed ruthlessly down at the witch who was trying to bind his future. George. This shit is not happening. Look. Look, Badler was paying attention to episode 4, where they made George epic. And Badler said, you don't know what an epic guy looks like. This is what an epic guy looks like. Why are you looking at your mother like that? Hello, Ruby and Raiders. How's it going? You arrived just in time to see George being epic. Enjoy, because this is a very, very, very rare moment. And who knows if it's even gonna happen again. Because I am not looking at my mother. All I see is a wall, a trial, that's standing in the way of the future I'm trying to grasp. Who knows if it's even happening right now? You're only human. I know that you have dreams and ambitions, and that you're still chasing after those. And I think that's a wonderful thing. Your dreams and ambitions are really fucking bad for you, though. Mother, you probably should cut it out. You probably should find a new dream and ambition. Oh, nice! Which one is case 3? Is that the one with the funny thief guy? Mask, I think his name was. We also know how hard it is for a person to chase their dreams without giving up. So, I'll need to inherit your wonderful strength. That's the carnival one. I don't remember that one, I'm sorry. I think the one I was mentioning was probably case 2 then. I've learned a lot from my parents, my friends, and Sayo. Yeah, okay. Case 2, game 3, yes. I don't remember the carnival one. I've learned a lot from my parents, my friends, and Sayo. And I've grown. And the last thing I've learned, acquired and perfected, is the real Ushinomiya George. Oh, okay. Oh, you meant the circus case. Yeah, circus case is from 2. Which one is the third game? The third case of 3? Now I'll overcome the final barrier. You. Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, I remember it now. What? Eva had disappeared. The pouring rain landed evenly across the ground everywhere. No. It was blocked very slightly in one place. However, there was no one there. Standing on the ground isn't the only way to block the path of the rain. Then, could it be? What the? You can't be here, you haven't even found the gold. Sure, it's good for people to let their true feelings show every once in a while. I'll break my mind too. So why don't you just lay it all out as well? Oh, he's going to fucking die. No. In the rain-filled sky with a moon that shouldn't have been visible behind her was the Golden Witch of the future, who had finally obtained everything of the Yoshinomiya family. Even the drastic change in his mother's appearance didn't faze George. On the contrary, he seemed to be moved by her boldness. Because his mother had honestly and truly displayed her true nature. This way, I can confidently show my true self. Here we go, Mother. Here we go, Eva. This is my first step towards escaping from your shackles. First step. With that first step, he felt something odd beneath his feet. Oh man, what the hell did I step on? He knew that this sticky sensation, different from that of mud, represented his mother's arrogance, trying to prevent him from making that first step. I used to read you all the time when you were little, didn't I? Do you remember your favorite story? Journey to the West. That takes me back. That's probably the first fantasy I really loved. Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, wanted to become a god and was tested by Buddha. If you can jump free from the palm of my hand, I will acknowledge your wish. Then Sun Wukong managed to reach what he thought was the end of the world, and found 5 pillars standing there, only to discover that they were Buddha's fingers, and that he still hadn't left Buddha's hands. And you're likening this to my first step, me declaring my intention to break free from you? Your resistance, your conflict, your anguish, and self-restraint, and everything else. All of it is a road I once traveled down. This first step of yours is so trivial that, when compared to my life, it just be gobbled up. How long are you gonna look away? Only you just look. At your feet! At George's feet, on the pitch-black earth showed by the pounding rain, was what appeared to be a slightly red sash that glowed ominously and blocked George's first step. It was deep, viscous, and it held George's foot in place. From Eva's perspective, as she gazed down from the sky, it looked like a vast red spiderweb that radiated out with George at the center. That's right. This is me. This is me, being tied down by countless studies, and raised for the sake of your ambitions. No, that's not it. Let me put it so you can understand. I'll show you. And then, you'll realize the truth. The return of the spiderweb. The vast red spiderweb on the ground scooped up George as easily as scooping up scum out of a pot. Then, it lifted him into the air like a deer caught in a net and swung him about. Laughing insanely, Eva was as innocent and cruel as a grade schooler happily swinging about a bag filled with her gym clothes. Oh. Come on, try to remember, okay? What happened on Tuesdays? Ugh. I remember. That was piano lessons. Still cringe whenever I hear I stepped on the cat. Which one is that? Well, there's no way you can answer that for me. Actually, never mind. You literally cannot answer that in a chat. You can't just go, oh, it's the one that goes doo-doo, and say the song to me. You did violin in kindergarten. That's the sort of instrument you'd expect smart kids to play, right? Like a plushie full of milk. No! But you didn't seem to have talent, so we switched you over to piano. Then, do you remember what you did on Wednesdays? I remember. That was the day I had cram school. It was so far away and a real pain to have to travel to. And Thursdays? Oh, thank you. I don't think I know what those mean. I don't think I recognize that song. Sorry. That was the day of supplemental lessons. You were just terrible at subjects with memorization, weren't you? You could apply your knowledge, but we're horrible at learning by rote. A classic you can't do if he tries, kid. That one stung. Those are the most annoying words a kid can hear at a parent-teacher conference. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. That's a British aphorism, isn't it? Making you get and stay motivated was the hardest thing to do. Ugh. George was bound hand and foot by the bright red spiderweb. Reduced to the witch's plaything, she innocently swung him around and smashed him about, all with an insane laugh, again and again. Do you remember what you did on Fridays? Of course. As far as after-school lessons go, that one was pretty unique. A school you go to with your parents can be trying in more ways than one. Don't buy your child a fishing rod. Go fishing with him. You certainly like British education theory, don't you, Mother? No! Terrible, terrible thing to learn. Ah! That school was hard on us parents too. But for you, it was the most effective one. The monthly fee was high, and it was a pain to have to spend Friday nights there every week. But it did more for you than anything else. That's when I realized, kids don't grow unless their parents watch over them. If children are sprouts, then parents are the sun. No plant will bud and no flower will bloom without the sun. Still bound hand and foot, George was thrown, slammed, and smashed. He could do nothing. He was still like Sun Wukong, unable to leave the palm of his mother's hands. However, since he wouldn't surrender, he could still show resistance at any time. What about Saturdays, huh? That's when the tutor came. He came to our house, which made it much easier, right? It was a pain having to invite some other person into my own private room every week. I hated the smell of sweat left behind when he left, so much that I can still remember it. He was a wonderful teacher who drilled scholarly attitude into you. His monthly fees were on par with a lawyer's consultation fee, and it was well worth it. Then, on the Sundays and Mondays that followed, I didn't have any extra school and could finally rest. Thank God you were not religious, Mother, because otherwise I would have had to go to church on Sunday too. How ironic. Have those extra classes from Tuesday until Saturday helped me down all this time? I really am just like Sun Wukong. Yeah, if you're arrogant enough to think that you can escape from the palm of my hand, you'll be crushed by Buddha's 5 mountains. Sun Wukong, who wanted to become a god, was crushed by the 5 mountains of fire, water, wood, metal, and earth, and sealed away. These are the 5 elements that the days of the week. Tuesday through Saturday are named after in Japanese. Mm-hmm. Only now did George, who had always admired Sun Wukong, recognize his greatest of ironies. Just like Sun Wukong, you need to reflect upon and be punished for your arrogance. If you can show that you're willing to reform yourself, I'll release you. That's not being released, it's brainwashing. Ugh. There's no need to think about anything. Why not just leave everything to Mama? I'll decide everything for you. That's the best kind of life for you. I've found the most intellectual woman in the world, willing to devote herself to you entirely. I'll arrange for you all your successes and even prepare the roads leading to them. And eventually, you will be chosen for the highest honor in the Yoshinomiya family, the position as successor to the headship. Only then will you begin your true life. A first step? Don't make me laugh. You still haven't even been born yet. This isn't my web that you're caught in. You're still inside my caring, nurturing womb. George was slammed against the ground over and over. It was a heartless atrocity, unlike anything one would expect the blood-related son to receive. However, in Eva's eyes, perhaps even this was a sign of love for her precious son. The human-shaped lump of flesh wrapped in the red bag was slammed over and over, and thrown high into the air. Bird was caught in a massive spiderweb in the sky, still covered with fresh blood. While he hung there as still crucified, George didn't even twitch. Even if he'd had some power to resist remaining to him, the red web pinning him there would have held even that in check. The rain, which had been falling non-stop since the beginning, quietly tormented and pitied George. Be sealed by the 5 mountains and cool your head. I'm not telling you to stop because I think Shannon-chan's a bad kid, okay? She's a great girl. The one who gave you the chance you needed to grow up. However, an ill-considered engagement is a different matter entirely. The issue has nothing to do with some failing on her part. Understand that. Blame the problem, not the pair, right? That's another British saying. I really did raise you to be a smart kid. No, I am raising you. You're still inside me, right? You need to be nurtured a little longer. Okay, that's enough punishment, so apologize to your mother. The spiderweb released George reluctantly. Then it threw him to the ground beneath the cloudy sky. Thank you, Mother. It was all George could do to get up on his hands and knees. Though he wiped the mud away and stood his ground, he still couldn't raise his head. Everything you've done so far, you've done for me, haven't you? Thank you. Thanks for everything. That's right. You must hate me now. But one day, you'll thank me. I'm sure you'll understand how much I loved you. Being bound by all those extra classes from Tuesday until Saturday. That's a sign of how hard you worked to raise me to be an excellent man. That's another British phrase. To cover a child in blessings is the greatest education of all. Thank you. In return, I'll give you a British saying. Fuck you, nah. What's that? Even if you strike all the trees in the forest once with an axe, you will not fell a single tree. And what does that mean? Maybe this one is clearer. To spend too much time in studies is sloth. Francis Bacon. The man drenched in blood and mud straightened his crooked glasses and slowly stood up. Though he was covered in filth, his appearance had a divine quality to it. Something that could only appear on a self-controlled man, not one who had been merely dozing in his mother's amniotic fluid. I cannot count the number of things I've learned from Sayu. She taught me courage and chivalry, how to be ambitious and witty and humorous, and just a little stylish. It's ironic. Almost all the things you say are so wonderful about me didn't come from you at all. George, are you still? Time to get back in Mother's womb. I'll nurture you in a suit of warmth once more. George wants to be a Jesus allegory so bad. As Eva howled, a bright red spiderweb appeared at George's feet once more and tried to scoop him up into the air again. However, at that instant, a powerful magic circle could be seen in the area surrounding George for just a moment. Faster than he could be scooped up by the spiderweb, George jumped. And with a sharp kick of the heel and a magnificent forward flip, he cut the shackles of that spiderweb apart. What? That smooth movement proved that he had possessed the power to escape from those shackles all along. He had willingly allowed himself to be bound by that web. Everything I owe you for what you've done, I pay back now with pain. Thanks to that, I think I'll finally be able to leave the nest for good. You really do need these, every now and then. Fights between parents and kids. George, why must you disobey me so completely, and with a little girl like that? It looks like you really need to let go, Mother. Maybe it's about time. Time for what? It's about time. Time to start fighting back. The curtain of spiderwebs that Eva shot out in defense were all too slow. George whipped through them in one instant, and then next he was right before her eyes. Ah! Eva jumped out of the way of a kick that would have knocked her feet out from under her. Then blocked the second half of George's double roundhouse with a high kick of her own. I guess there's one thing I can thank you for teaching me. Oh, and what day of the week was that? It's the martial arts training we focus on during long breaks from school. I'm glad, George, to hear you're grateful for at least one thing. Your mother is happy. Eva's swift feet flashed like lightning. Low, 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 mid-level attack. These are just fighting games. What do you mean mid-level attack? That's not a real thing. That's a fighting game terminology. As George's head fell forward, she caught it in both hands as though she was about to smash it against the ground. It was then met with Eva's knee as it rose like a bolt of lightning from the earth. You should have learned Muay Thai too. I said it wrong probably, I'm sorry for the mispronunciation. It would have been more fun to have learned it with you. You're right. I never had more fun than when I was learning martial arts with you. But then right now is when we get to have the most fun. Isn't it fun, George? Isn't it? Brain trap, right. Is it fun to play with your son like this, Mother? Yes, it is. You're my precious son, and I love you lots and lots inside my womb. I even love it when you kick in there. Understood. But this kick's coming from the outside of your belly. George's knee buried itself into Eva's abdomen. An instant before she felt the pain of that fierce attack, Eva watched her son's kick with a proud smile, and then vomited. You're getting on in years, Mother. Maybe it's about time you held back on wearing childish clothes like that. George! Her chin still covered in vomits. Eva looked up at George in twisted anguish. She could see how pathetic her face was by her reflection in his glasses. Both you and I need to leave our childhood days behind. So long, Mother. The fierce lightning and rain made time freeze. George's beautiful kick had stopped an inch from Eva's chest. However, the power of the red magic circle surrounding George had already pierced Eva's body. Though he had stopped without hitting her, blood poured out of Eva's back. No one had been left on her chest, but her heart had been punched through. Eva slumped backwards and landed in a puddle with a splash. I'm sorry, Eva. Uppercase. This is your role in this story. You only get summoned to be owned. There were no convulsions. Her life had been ended without leaving her even an instant to writhe about in pain. I know you're somewhere over there. Gap. As he straightened his glasses, George spoke to the rose thicket behind him. Then, a pitch-black hole opened in the air there, and Gap jumped out. Impressive. Even considering that it was before her ascension. I can't believe you managed to defeat Eva Beatrice. I thought you'd be here. Thanks for not interfering. I'm glad we were able to keep it between mother and son. Gap! But of course. I wasn't here. You summoned me just now. Doesn't matter either way. I have something to ask of you. Is there any reason I should listen? Will you refuse to listen? With his back still facing her, George reset his glasses. Oh fuck, the battler is trying to make George look cool in this one. Yeah. They're trying, okay? They're trying really hard. The only way he can prove that he succeeded in battle is by making a better epic George scene than she did in episode 4. The threat in his voice held the solemn presence of a king who could control demons. No! He's losing us! Battler, no! You need to erase that line. Go back to the drawing board. Get back in there. Rewrite that sentence. We don't like it. That presence made Gap gulp. You went in too hard. And she licked her lips before bowing respectfully to his back. I like hot guys. But I like monarchs even more. Your wish is my commands, oh Demon King. I want you to lay her body to rest in a place fitting for a woman who admired the head of the Yoshinomiya family, and who loved her life with the misguided dreams of that position. So, in Kinsa's study? No. The VIP room will do fine. That never-opened VIP room on the second floor of the mansion. Ah, that room. As you wish, Your Majesty. Gap approached Eva's corpse and lightly tapped the ground with her right heel. When she did, a large hole opened up and swallowed both Gap and the corpse and closed. After a while, a small hole opened in the air, and the staff Eva always carried, marked with the one-winged eagle that symbolized Yoshinomiya family's leader, was spat out into a puddle, because the corpse would no longer have any use for it. George slowly approached that staff and stepped down hard on the tip. He's gonna do, yeah, I figured. He's gonna make it flip around and catch it. When he did, the staff spun violently into the air. And after passing by the blue moon that honored the Demon King, it flew into George's outstretched hands. The instant he grasped it, another fierce lightning bolt landed nearby, and by the time the flash disappeared, the staff he held had become a spray of gold butterflies, and vanished. It was as though George had crushed the staff out of existence. Oh? And now, I've finished my parts. I'll let someone else have a turn. I can't believe you attacked your own mother. It's the person who loves you first in this world, and the last one you have to separate yourself from. That's what it means to leave your home. This is the courage I need to show to take Sayo as my wife. George-sama. Bravo, Shiromiya George. An excellent start. Even though it was just within the game. Even though it was just a piece. I didn't like having to kill my mother. However, that was a trial you set me, so I saw it through. He stared at the two demons. The demons looked at each other, then showed their surprise with their now familiar exaggerated gestures. Wonderful! Wasn't that splendid, Separ? Indeed it was, 4-4. George Core's determination is the real deal. It seems I've misjudged you. Please accept my apologies. Yes, we do. They're in the bios now. We've seen their whole bits. George chose not to go along with this theatrical conversation. He just quietly looked down upon the game board, found the piece representing his mother, which was right next to his, and tipped it over. Femboys? Hmm. We have no confirmation or denial of this statement, so I'll let it pass. This was the trial that Sepparenforfer had set for him. So that the love of the pair will stand true, offer up the life of one person by your own hands. It was similar to that trial during Battles games, where they were given 3 options as part of a test to select the next family head. Well, you might be at least half right. However, a pair of lovers will never abandon each other's life. So they were automatically left with the option of sacrificing the life of another instead. Yeah. Somebody in the audience was complaining that the story didn't have enough cross-dressing. And Butler said, okay, I'll give everyone their cross-dressing. I live to serve. In fact, it was merciful that they only had to choose the life of one person other than themselves instead of all. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Because the other option is kill everyone else. Which would be much more difficult. And besides, it only meant taking those lives as pieces on the board. For the versions of themselves to whom the game board was the only world. This was a tragic parasite. Trust me, you do not want to be tasked with killing Kitty. She's gonna fuck you up. But to those who stood around the game board in this witch's smoking room, it was nothing more than a movement of the pieces, representing George's will to overcome his parents. However, the fact remained that the demons had ordered them to take these lives. Even if it was just within one of the endless fragment worlds. George appeared to have distanced himself from the events of the demon's game board. But Jessica still seemed to resist the idea of stealing another person's life. Even if it was only their life as a piece on the game board. Have you been scared stiff? No. The Beatrice that Battler's Son desires would not be shaken back by the likes of this. Well then, who will undergo the next trial? Please choose the next victim. It doesn't matter who. Please name the next challenger. Any one of you may go. If no one speaks up, that means I win, doesn't it? Yes, that's right. If so, congratulations, Ushiromiya George. The key that leads to the successful love between you and the one you cherish. We will now proudly grant. Hold it right there! As the demons delightedly named George as the victor. They were interrupted by the next challenger. Jessica-san? I'm up next. Okay, I'll do it. I'll show you that I'm serious about Kanon-kun. Uh-oh. What's she gonna do? Kills Goda. Well, that seems unfair. Well, they didn't specify who I had to kill. You kinda got the easy one. As usual, this year's family conference was getting bogged down. Everyone had decided to cool their heads for a moment, and a short break had been agreed upon. The four siblings could say whatever they wanted. But Natsuhi and Kirie, for example, were outsiders and found it difficult to speak freely in this sort of atmosphere. Just straight up saying it, right? Natsuhi was an outsider. She has no business being here with the rest of the family. Get her out of here. Famed here is the one who literally just married Rudolph. A conference where you aren't allowed to say what you want can be tiring even if you just sit there quietly. Feels Kinso. Like, hey, you can't do that. Well, nobody claimed he was dead. So I'm claiming it. I killed him. Even Kiria couldn't help letting out a deep sigh. This was the second floor hallway of the mansion. Oh my god, is she actually gonna kill Kiria? She's gonna go for the hard mode? Rudolph had wanted to be alone during the break, so she had left, felt like doing the same, and had drifted up the stairs to reach this place. Kiria's expression was tightly controlled when her husband was around. She wore a tired look that she didn't often show. She pressed her cheek against the cool window glass. I need to regain my spirit and support my husband, even if I'm not allowed to speak. That's the duty I've won. Who is it? Oh shit, she's going for the hard mode. She suddenly sensed another person, turned around to look behind her, and saw Jessica standing at the other end of the hallway. Oh, it's you, Jessica-chan. Didn't you go through the guest house? Well, I sort of decided to head back to my room to get a book. I see. And you're on your way back to the guest house now? Yes. That's right. I can't stand this rain. Is the wind really strong? It's weak right now, relatively speaking. As Kiria looked out the window, Jessica watched her back, looking agitated. Kirie. I'm sorry, but you've only got your back luck to blame. No, 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 Jessica, you're the unlucky one. Ah, Separ. Jessica's roulette of fate has chosen Kirie. What will you do, Jessica? The roulette has chosen Kirie, but you may reject the choice and spin the roulette again if you wish. It doesn't matter whose life is sacrificed for this trial. Jessica wasn't like George. George had willingly chosen Eva to be his sacrifice, to signify his separation from his old life so that he could step into a new life married to Shannon. However, Jessica hadn't thought of any particular targets, so she had left it up to the roulette of fate. That was no exaggeration. She had walked around at random, imposing a rule on herself that the first person she met would be chosen as her sacrifice. And so, the roulette of fate had brought her to Kirie. Of course, there was nothing forcing her to keep that rule. However, Jessica didn't want to break a rule she had once made. Even though she was participating in the demon's game, she still wanted to cling to this one last virtue. Right now, she could attack that unprotected back. But Jessica still wasn't able to fully resolve herself. What is it? Do you have something to say to me? Noticing the strange distance Jessica was standing at, Gideon turned around. That unprotected back was already gone. Jessica realized that her hesitation had made her lose her own first chance. She had taken on this demon's game to prove her love for Canon. However, would it really be okay to sell herself to demons for the sake of love? She had energetically consented to this demon's game, not wanting to let George, who had already taken an open-minded view of the situation, get any more of a lead on her, but her heart still wasn't ready. Maybe I shouldn't be asking you this, Aunt Kirie. What is it? It's rare for you to ask me questions, Jessica-chan. I hope I'm capable of answering them for you. Actually, I have someone I like. Oh, really? That's wonderful. Then, is it love you wanted to talk about? Yeah, pretty much. Very well. I'll help out if I can. Thank you very much. Actually, is it still one-sided? No, I guess you could say it's just become mutual. But, well, there's this trial for us to be joined together. A trial? Now, what could that be? There's the two of us and another pair of lovers, and we have to fight each other. You mean a love triangle? Or is it a square? Sounds complicated. And? Only the pair who wins can be together. It's something complicated like that. In other words, that sounds awful. A love where neither side can succeed unless they use the others as stepping stones. Yes. If we're joined, then they'll fall apart. I love Gideon's expression of, yeah, that sounds terrible. I can't relate to that at all. And the same the other way around. I think I see where you're going with this. Something like this, right? How far is a person allowed to take advantage of others to find happiness? Right. Yes. Kiria was very smart. She had already guessed the question that Jessica had wanted to ask most. If you don't fight, it automatically becomes their victory, and you lose. However, if you fight and win, it means they'll fall apart. It's nasty either way. However, the answer is obvious. Yes. Kiria giggled. If she wasn't willing to stick to her love until the end, then that would show the limits of their relationship. If that were the case, she should just let the other pair of lovers win. However, if this was a love she couldn't abandon, she couldn't abandon her chance of victory either. So she had no other options than to fight. In the end, Jessica's hesitation was caused by guilt over forcing the others to split apart as a result of her inevitable decision. I guess I really am just looking for an excuse. Don't forget, Jessica, you are not stealing anything away. If neither of you participates, you both lose anyways. Yes. That's what you're doing. Still, doesn't make it any easier to step over someone else for the sake of your own love. In that case, will you give up on your lover? That's... I can tell you one thing for certain. One that will be even more painful. You'll be forced to crawl through hell for the rest of your life. A hardness had entered Kiria's gaze. I was just 6, so I don't remember much about that time. However, I found Mom's notebook among her belongings after she died. Oh, she had a notebook. Was it a diary? It was more a collection of her thoughts. It was much more vague than a diary would have been. I found it and read it right after she passed away. But I needed to wait until I'd grown for several years before I could understand it. I see. So, did you speak of Kiria's worries about her marriage? It was practically a book of curses. It cleared up several questions I vaguely felt back when I was 6. When I was 6, it seemed as though my parents were very close and had no problems. And though I thought it odd that Oni-chan lived separately, even though he was in our family, I accepted it as the way things were. Did you know? Did you not know about Asumu? I think Oni-chan talked to me about her when no one was around, but it wasn't something a kid who wasn't even in elementary school could understand. After all, I never even saw a picture of her. Mom had sent all of the pictures with Asumu-san in them to Oni-chan, leaving none behind in the house. How considerate of her, to Anjay and to Badler, who only rarely came home. Kiria's smile never faltered. If she hadn't written her thoughts in that notebook, Anjay would probably never have known them. Since his school days, Rudolph had been particularly popular with girls, a typical playboy. Be bold, over the top, yet still just a little bit gentle towards women. He probably kept that formula for being popular with women inside his head. In their attempts to win Rudolph's favor, several women tried various seductive tricks. Rudolph probably enjoyed that part the most. Since the beginning, love had been a game to Rudolph. He never thought of it as a trial and error process to find a single life partner. He would intentionally spark jealousy between women, lap up their compliments, and revel in the harem. He may be my father, but he was an awful man. Yeah, you can tell this part was written by Badler. But at the same time, Dad must have looked down on those toadying girls. Mom, who was very aware of her self-worth and extremely intelligent, must have stood out. Though even that might have been due to Kiria's more skillful methods of catching Rudolph's gaze. Yeah, maybe. Mom was smart in a lot of ways. Like the other Ushinomiya siblings, Rudolph had strong ambitions and lofty goals. Under the mottos of, if you can pull it off, you're golden, and as long as no one finds out. He would alternate between setting up businesses that were borderline swindles or illegal, then running away. A swindler, huh? Okay. A rug puller. I've heard that in his college years he was already making use of that talent. Thinking up shameless projects and cleverly making money through the panic selling of party tickets. So much so that he could brag about carrying a wallet full of 110,000 yen notes all the time. Many women fell for his charisma in being the man responsible for these radical projects, as well as his stick-wallet and generosity. It would be a lie to say that Kirie wasn't one of them. However, what made Kirie very different from the other women, oh no, was that she could support Rudolph as a business partner. Now, that's a bit judgmental, I think. How do you know the others couldn't? Rudolph would make a large-scale party successful, unable to hide his laughter at this massive or easy profits. The woman would surround him. Among them, only Kirie was calm and composed. She could point out several ways that income and expenditure could be improved upon, and could even lay out a proposal for the next projects. Rudolph slowly began to accept her as a partner. Just like some people say men don't belong in the kitchen, there's also a sense that women should stay out of financial affairs. It's normal for men to foot the bill for women, and the details of how those 10,000 yen notes were scrounged up are vulgar, so they don't ask. Don't know, don't care. So, you're saying that Kirie viewed money from a man's perspective. Rudolph noticed a true treasure in this part of Kirie. He knew, unlike his brother Kraus, he knew exactly how much hard work it took to get just one of those 10,000 yen notes. Yes, that is true. Though, somewhere inside him, he had looked down upon those extravagant women who never even considered the efforts he had undertaken. See, the difference between Rudolph and Kirie and Kraus and Natsuhi is that when you talk about Kraus and Natsuhi, you say misogyny, bad. And when you say Rudolph and Kirie, you go misogyny, epic. Of all of them, only Kirie had possessed the same sharp financial intuition as Rudolph. Every time he thought of a new plan, he would talk to Kirie about it, work out the kinks, and make it succeed. In this way, Kirie steadily worked her way up until she was the number one of Rudolph's large group of followers. But Mom was still a woman. I doubt she enjoyed seeing Dad pampered by all those other girls. So, she would rather have been his only one, instead of his number one. Yeah. Though she served as Dad's right hand, she slyly got rid of the other women in the shadows. Hang on, I need to clear my throat. It was only a matter of time before Mom would succeed in her love. Yeah, she loves it. When did Asumu come into the picture? She was one of Riddle-san's groupies. No, not even that. She was just one of his fans. Did you ever talk with her? Of course. I knew her well. Ever since the very beginning, before Riddle-san even knew her name. I'm sure she was quite intelligent herself. And cunning. I tried to use my intelligence to stick out. But she did it in the exactly opposite way. By being stupid? I mean, she was good at triggering his protective instinct. Out of all the girls who came to flatter and flirt with him, only she stood out with every action she made, unlike the flashy girls Rudol-san had tired of. No! You can't say that. Kirie still acknowledges the mistake she made in letting Asumu and Rudolph get too close. Kirie had thought that taking the role of Rudolph's business partner meant she would have him all to herself. That might have been due to her pride, and it might have been her arrogance, as she tried to eliminate the relationships between all the other girls and Rudolph. Perhaps she sometimes tried too hard as a business partner, putting too much pressure on him, regardless of the fact that it was justified. Bit by bit, Rudolph had started to need a woman who could stay quiet and soothe him. Fuck, man, without making him think about anything complicated. That woman was Asumo. This is like putting everybody down in the situation. We're just handing out -2s to everybody here, including myself. I am ruthless and intellectual, rational and economical. In a plank of carnage situation, I would push the other person off without hesitation. I thought that was the kind of partner suitable for him. However, though that ruthlessness had made her reliable on the business side of things, it might have disturbed Rudolph deeply outside of business. Some points, though Rudolph still acknowledged Kiria's skill, he began to yearn for a quiet, warm acceptance. He saw Kraus and Nazi's relationships and he went, I want some of that. I want what they have. Asumu had satisfied all of those conditions. She would never talk about anything complicated. Even if he did, she would just shake her head to say she didn't know. However, she would care more for him physically than anyone else. Quietly putting a blanket on him and staying by his side until morning. Yeah. Yes, I did get the position of his business partner. Yeah, I guess so. We can make our own, we can make our own theories on how it must have been like for Asumo. At least she voluntarily walked into it, unlike Natsu who was thrown into the situation. And was forced into acceptance. But before I knew it, Ryo-san had grown a need for a mental partner. Someone who would heal his heart. Though I foolishly claimed to be the intellectual one, I never noticed. And then, Uncle Rudolph married on Cosimo? Yes, that's right. He stole him away by sleeping with him. He had slept with a lot of women. By that point, he wasn't the kind of guy to let his emotions be captured by women just because he slept with her. After all, sleeping with women was just a game for him. That's why I used something other than my body to attract his attention. What pride is a woman? Before long, they were both pregnant. Asumu-san told Dad about it right away, but Mom did the opposite. So, she was afraid that the pregnancy would threaten her position as his business partner. Apparently, Mom didn't eat much at the time, so her period was often irregular. Because of that, it took a really long time before she realized she was pregnant. When did she notice? It was after Asumu-san suddenly moved into Dak's family register. Mom learned about her pregnancy after that and plotted several times to split Asumu-san and Dad apart, but... Even though Asumu-san always acted like such an heir, once she got her hands on Riddle-san, she didn't let go. Why should I care? Please stay out of her way, she'd say. And this coming from that little girl who would curl up into a ball every time she got on a bus. At that point, I realized. She had been the truly cunning one. Yes, Even her fear of vehicles was another lie to catch Riddleson's empathy. Oh no! What the fuck? It wasn't even real, and Battler caught it anyways? That's fucked up. Battler, you need to disown your mom. She gave you a phobia as a bit. My apologies. It must be boring you. Oh, no. Nature versus nurture typing. Yeah. At the very least. I wanted him to acknowledge the child I would give birth to. It seems as though Riddleson was prepared to do that. He made sure there was a hospital waiting for me. And even though Asumusan was close to giving birth herself, he gallantly came to see me. Oh yeah? He did. Even though she was already his wife. What an awful man, really. After that, is a tale I can't bear even to tell. Both Asumu and Dai had the same delivery dates. And yet, her pregnancy had meant her marriage, where mine was completely meaningless. I swore to bring up my child well and have Riddle-san acknowledge it. The fight between Asumu-san and me ended with my loss. However, I wasn't down for the count. If I could make my child excel far more than Asumu-san's, if I could make it fully acknowledged by Riddle-san, I would be rewarded. This is fucked. That's what I believed. You wanted another George. You wanted to make another George. However, that child was a stillbirth. Yeah. Asumu-san gave birth to Oni-chan. But mom didn't give birth to anyone. Yeah, very kind of rude to go visit Kirie at the hospital when she was given birth. Even if it was only a stillbirth. A very sad state of affairs that it went out like that. But at least she got visited by Rudolph to make her feel better. Even mom's final hope of being left to spot as that second wife was destroyed. Kirie had fallen from being his partner to being his second wife. And then, unable to give birth to the bond of a child, she tumbled down to being merely his mistress. I can't imagine how much she had hated Asuma and that kid, Battler. And despite that, Mom was able to act in every friendly way towards Oni-chan. It was definitely a shock for me to think that my gentle mother had held such negative emotions for Oni-chan and had managed to hide them. She must have despised Battler. Probably. If Asumu-san had a stillbirth, and Mon had given birth to Oni-chan, history might have changed in some other way. Yeah, it's a shame that didn't happen. Had that been the case, it seems she would have wanted to set up some scenario in which she'd make that divorce Asumu-san and marry her instead. That would have been bad, a complicated situation for Rudolph. Was that also written in that book where she kept her thoughts? Yeah. After all, that was just a random thought. Delusion. Mom's resentment as she chewed on the corner of her tear-stained bedsheets. There's just one thing I regret. You mean the pregnancy? No, no. It's my arrogance I regret. Rudolph's son is mine now, so I'm completely safe. I'll never lose to that Asumu kid. When she was busy screaming her head off on buses and planes, I was capable of properly managing the arrangements and expenditures for them. And so, I was overly confident that I was the one Rudolph's son trusted the most. They say love needs to be nurtured, right? Yeah, that's not wrong. The two of you need to water it, care for it, and nurture it. And in the end, it will finally bear the fruit called love. Did you know? Love doesn't end when it bears fruit. If you don't harvest it as well, the romance you started with will never amount to anything. Harvest it? You need to think about that yourself, Jessica-chan. If you make it bear fruit without harvesting it, it can sometimes grow rotten, and bugs will often gather around it. In fact, sometimes thieves will come by and pluck it off the branch. Young kids like you, Jessica-chan, think that love ends with nurturing. That is naive. If you don't harvest it, you will never be rewarded by your love. Harvest love. At a glance, it may seem to be a matter just between the pair of lovers, but that isn't true. Putting up the harvest because you assume you can do it at any time, this gives thieves a chance. What if that fruit you've worked so hard to nurture gets pulled off the branch the next morning? You'll regret that you didn't choose to harvest the previous day instead of complaining. That regret really hurts. It'll make you crawl through hell. I'm lucky. My hell ended after 18 years. So, I'll never misjudge myself again. That person is mine. I won't let him get away. I won't let him out of my sights. And I'm grateful to my master for giving me that chance. My certain willpower in not giving up on that man no matter what was answered with a miracle. Miracle mentions, by now, Jessica was speechless, and didn't even urge Kiria to continue. This true form of love that Kiria was telling her about was far, far more harsh than anything she had imagined. Right now, I would do anything to keep Rudolph-san by my side. And I will show no mercy against his enemies. If he wished for it, I might not even hesitate at murder. Perhaps I'll murder you, Jessica. Just kidding. And because I finally resolved myself to doing that on the 18th year. That's certain willpower. Brought about a miracle. You know, miracles only appear for those who can bring them to completion themselves. Asumu's death had not been a murder of any sort. However, Kirie had constantly cursed her and hoped for her death. And finally, on the 18th year, she had built up the determination to kill her with her own hands. And she actually had gotten herself a blade to do the deed with. That was when the miracle had occurred. And Asumu passing away was a miracle. Wrong. That wasn't even close to a miracle. Huh? After all, if she hadn't died, I would have killed her. In other words, she was fated to die no matter what. The miracle is that even though she did die, I didn't have to get my hands dirty. That's all. I told you! Jessica rolled the, the hard mode. Kiria had never shown Jessica. No. She had never even shown Rudolph that glint in the deepest depths of her eyes. It told plainly and clearly that romance and love are not the sweet and fluffy candies that young girls imagine them to be. Jessica was overwhelmed by that pressure and stunned silence, and she had to acknowledge it. This was the power of will that could make love be realized. With the force of this willpower, Edie had supported Rudolph as a wife. And it was the same as George's. He had already developed and proven that he had the willpower to oppose all obstacles to love between different classes. Right now, Jessica could clearly understand. This was the magnitude of George's determination, which had allowed him to coldly carry out his part of the trial. Then, what about her? Did she really have the resolve to make her love with Ganon bear fruit? And to then harvest that fruit? I'm sorry. You probably just wanted a little advice, and I'm scared you. Blame the weather. I just wanted to pressure you a bit, but I've gone overboard. Kiria let a relaxed smile rise to her face. The tense atmosphere finally slackened. However, her words had been gouged into Jessica's heart. I don't know what your love has been like, Jessica-chan. But if you have a rival and neither is willing to back down, you can't let yourself become complacent. If you do, you'll end up like me. For the sake of love, a woman should be prepared to kill at least once in her life. She's so epic. I can tell you that all women in the world who call themselves mothers have been through that. After all, women who don't do that are chewed to bits by the others and forced to crawl through the hell of envy and regret for the rest of their lives. My hell lasted 18 years. I was lucky to be pardoned after just 18 years. That hell is still filled with women who will never get out until they die. You have no idea. Unless they execute themselves in their regrets. How should I put it? I have nothing to say. I was trying to cheer you on, but here I've been gone and scared you too much. I'm truly sorry. Love can be much more easygoing than that, okay? Love really is like playing with fire. Anyone can play easily and lightheartedly. But when you mess up and get burned, that scar stays with you your whole life. Regrets from love never fade. That was all that Kiria had been trying to communicate. Yeah, okay. That's cool. For whatever reason, it came off as saying, I'm going to kill you, Jessica, so watch the fuck out. You better not stand in my way. It wasn't like Kiria to start telling stories from her past. Stories you would normally expect her to avoid, instead of giving a brief answer. However, Gideon might have thought Jessica deserved to hear. Jessica had timidly brought up the subject of love. Perhaps Gideon had opened up and told everything because she had seen the fires of Jessica's determination in her eyes. Okay, I need to head back soon. Let's keep what we talk about a secret, okay? Cause if not, if you don't... Poke poke! You know. Anyways, bye. With a mysterious smile on her face, Gideon turned around. I wonder if I scared her too much. Still, it's 100 times better to learn of that hell from a warning. Once you've fallen into it, it's already too late. Good luck, Jessica-chan. It sounds complicated, but don't lose. It's not every day I get to act as a mentor. For good reason. What is it, Jessica-chan? A windstorm grazed Kiria's head. It had been a hair's breadth away. If Kiria hadn't twisted her body slightly, that fetus would probably be buried in her face by now. A bitter smile rose to Jessica's face when she saw that her first try had failed to land a kill. Just so you know, I didn't strike you unawares out of cowardice. I had hoped to end it with a single, painless strike before you realized what was happening. Yup. Didn't I tell you that I've lived through the hell of jealousy? I've been nearly burned a couple of times already. I know how it feels just before a surprise attack. You mean you could sense it? That, plus the lie you told in the beginning. A lie? Come now. If you had come from the guest house to get a book from your room, you wouldn't have come through this hallway in that direction. Of the 7 reasons you might have had for lying, which chessboard theory led me to, this was the worst case scenario. Telling a hasty lie to Kiria would only put her on her guard. If Jessica hadn't told that lie, her surprise attack would have succeeded. Not bad. I should have expected it from you, Aunt Kiria. Why? You were planning to kill me from the beginning. It didn't matter who it was. How horrible. It's what you said that gave me the boost I needed. Thanks a lot. What? Kiria dodged the punch, placed her hand against that fist, and slammed it against the wall. Normally, Jessica would have hurt her hand on the wall and rolled around clutching at it in pain. However, Jessica's fist had left what looked like a meter-wide crater in the wall. Instead of wearing a look of anguish, Jessica clicked her tongue in irritation at having missed. Incredible. I see that you're your father's daughter. Have you taken out boxing too? Impossible. Jessica is barehanded. She doesn't own any sort of weapon at all. The fucking sound! Please don't resist, Aunt Kiria. Just one strike to the head. Won't let you feel a thing. Kiria tried to look confident, but she couldn't hide her confusion at this unreal destructive force. If that punch had hit, her head would have probably split open like Jessica had said, killing her without any pain. Here I go. If Kiria's kick off the ground and backward leap had been an instant slower, her god would probably have been pulverized. Though she had avoided it by a hair, Jessica's left body blow was followed by a terrible burst of wind, like an explosion, which blew Kiria back. Is this a dream? Am I still sleeping? I don't understand. This Jessica looked like the normal Jessica, but something was different. It wasn't human, and common sense didn't apply to it. It had to be some kind of nightmare. Kiria slowly stood up. Then she looked at Jessica, noticed the several meters between them, and realized just how far that blast of wind had sent her flying. Feel free to hate me. However, just like you, cannot back down. Can't live my love, and half-baked either. What are you talking about? Hey, what are you saying? What on earth is going on? Someone tell me! The scene around Jessica seemed to bend like a heat wave. It seemed to be enshrouding her fists. And it seemed as though something like a red magic circle had appeared beneath her feet. It looked just like a western demon standing amidst the flames of hell. Flame upgrade. Mass upgrade. Armor piercing upgrade. Each time Jessica muttered, her fists were surrounded by a pulsating, sinister red light. Those fists, which were actually smoking, surely represented the iron hammers of hell wielded by demons. Goodbye, this is just a nightmare. He dashed away with lightning speed. Yes, right now, it was her best option. Unfortunately, she was smart enough to realize that pinching her cheek wasn't the best way to wake up from this nightmare. No. When Jessica muttered once more, a blood-red magical barrier cut across the corridor. Kiria slammed into it hard and realized that her path to escape had been cut off. Stop! I don't understand. This nightmare. A nightmare. Let me wake up. Quickly. Yes. This is a nightmare. If you want, I'll wake you up right now. Just one strike. Don't move. Feeling her flames, Jessica slowly stepped forward towards her. Each time her foot lifted off the floor, a scorching steam hung around her footprints. This was a true nightmare. Kiria clutched her head in her hands, shaking it over and over again. A nightmare, right? This is a nightmare, isn't it? Please, tell me it is! Yeah, it's a nightmare. It is, right? It's a nightmare, right? Ah! I acknowledge it. This is a nightmare. I do too! I acknowledge that this is a nightmare. No! I'll wake you up. Just one strike. Ah! Jessica's neck was twisted at an odd angle, and she staggered backwards, her eyes wide, as though she didn't have a clue what just happened. In her forehead, a demon stake was buried at an angle. It pulled itself out of her, spun around, then became Leviathan and landed. The hole left behind in Jessica's head spewed blood. Leviathan of Envy, right here. If we're already inside a nightmare, why not have a friend from my nightmare show up? My friend from the Hell of Envy. Thanks for showing up just in the nick of time. It's too early to thank me. She's not down yet. Even though she had taken a deep gouge to the top of the head, Jessica just stood there, convulsing in wide eyes, and didn't fall over. The blood stopped pouring out of her forehead, and her blank, doe-like eyes returned. Then she slowly pressed her own hand against the wound in her forehead. There was a sizzle, as though she had pressed a hot iron against it. It was easy to tell that she was doing this to seal up the wounds. If Kitty didn't escape now, there would never be another chance. Can I defeat her? No such luck. She's immortal thanks to a contract with one of the great demons. Because of love! That's why she's immortal! Yes, love is magnificent. Those with our blessings cannot be killed. Can we break the red magic wall? Ronop-sama is also a great demon. There's nothing I can do. Can we escape through the window? That was blocked by Ronop-sama's barrier a while ago. Incredible. So, has she sold herself to demons for the sake of love? How could she make so many contracts with great demons? I'm so jealous! Armor upgrade. All attribute defense. Counter-attacking armor upgrade. In response to these words, this time her entire body pulsated with a red light. She had upgraded herself with a defensive power that would prevent Leviathan's attack from working again. What's she talking about? Self-augmentation. It's kind of an enchantment. Right now, she has enough defensive power to stop me from piercing her. And she even has the ability to reflect that damage back upon the attacker. She's no longer human. She's a monster. Oh. So that's all? Then not much has changed. How can you say that? Just like in the very beginning, we have no chance of winning. That hurts. But it won't work again. Jessica slowly lifted the hand that had been covering her forehead, and there was no longer any hole there. The hall was cut off by barriers on both sides, and even the windows were sealed. There was no way out. Is the door to this room sealed? No, it's just locked. But it's just a normal room. It does have a window, but that's already been sealed. In other words, it's a closed room, and a coffin for us. A coffin is just what I need. Unlock it. I'm jealous. Why are you the only one who can unlock it? Leviathan's stake flew about at high speeds, ramming itself into the keyhole to that room. The tip of the stake had become a key. As soon as it was unlocked, the door flew open. This is a new room. New background. Not this one. Both of them fell into the room and quickly locked it. This was probably Krause's study. Oh no. Its soothing furnishings brought about a sense of nobility that Krause would probably like. Even if you lock the door, she can just smash through it with one punch. You just put the lid on your own coffin. However, if she wants to land a killing blow on us inside this coffin, you'll have to take the lid off first. With dim eyes, Jessica tilted her head upon hearing Kiria's words. What are you talking about? How will such a small room be able to protect you, Aunt Kiria? This room may be a closed room. It may leave us with no method of escape. However, even you can't break into this room. That's what a closed room is. What are you talking about? How does this tiny room with its tiny door make you think you can escape me? Jessica warily looked between her own burning fist and the door with a confused expression on her face. Then, slowly, she sent that pulsating red light to her fists. She repeatedly enchanted her fists to give them destructive power for the killing blow. I'll smash this door to bits. If you think you can, give it a try. Kiria! After sealing the door and calmly saying those words, Kiria placed a single index finger on the door. Jessica slowly raised her fiery demon's fists. So long, Aunt Kiria. Kiria! Oh. Jessica's fist slammed into the door in slow motion. It was like the decisive scene in the movie was being acted out. However, this was no act. Jessica's fists really were, flowing down as though they were being sucked in. Like a spoon sinks through a jar of honey. That punch, no longer a punch. It was no more than a knock. I envy you. Envy. I crawled through the hell of envy for 18 years because of my arrogance and naivety in love. So I envy you. You're going to remember my warning. Succeed in love and walk a beautiful life. Right. I envy you. You'll get to live through the most beautiful time in a woman's life for a full 18 years longer than I did. I envy you so much. Jessica tried to slam her fist against the door over and over again. However, as soon as her fist approached it, its speed plummeted. She could barely knock, much less smash the door. Speed upgrade. Instantaneous force upgrade. Speed of sound upgrade. It's useless, girl. Smash it! With full speed upgrades, Jessica's feet moved at the speed of sound. 1,225 kilometers per hour. However, how long had Jessica been in MB to gain that speed? She had started to envy George and Shannon's relationship about 2 years ago. Oh, we're doing math again. Oh no. 2 times 365, 730 days, 730 times 24, 17,520 hours. However, she wasn't envious all the time. It only happened when Shannon started going on about George. with Shannon shipped on about 3 days of the week, divided by 7 times 3. And it wasn't as though she would go on about George all day long. Her fond words for him would only leave a mark on Jessica for about an hour, right? So only 1/24 of each day. 312. Removing the fractional parts. The number of hours that Kirie had been jealous was 157,680. In other words, this wasn't even 0.2% of the time Kirie had been jealous. Even 1,225 kilometers per hour, the speed of sound, becomes only 2.45 kilometers per hour in 1/500 world. Understand? You're lacking in both love and jealousy. Even as she increased the speed of her fist, in Kirie's world, Jessica couldn't make it any faster than a walking child. Jessica ground her teeth, her fist still pressed against the door. If someone could have seen this from both sides of the door, it would have looked as though Kirie was holding it shut with a single finger. Way to go, Kirie! See, this room is a closed room. At most, Jessica-chan can knock on the door. She can't lay a finger on us inside. Oh, Beatrice's definition of a closed room. Oh! What the heck is that? At this rate, this closed room will be troublesome indeed. It is impossible for a human to carry out a closed room raid. Only magic can do. Until you truly understand magic, you will not be able to crush it. Jessica-chan can't corner me any further. As time passes, the relatives will eventually realize that I haven't returned, and they'll start searching the mansion. Then, you will be observed. Both witches and magic disappear when they're observed. The nightmare is already over, girl. Damn it. Oh. I can't believe that Jessica's suddenly getting eliminated. Oh, please give it your all. Do it for your beloved canon. Come, Jessica, believe in love and show us a miracle. I revised that. There isn't even any need to wait for time to pass. After all, there's an internal phone line right here. Of course, the line hasn't been cut. I'll just pick up this receiver. This is my checkmate. Construction completed. Closed room murder. My. I do believe that's valid. Permeation upgrade. Attack transmission. Indirect attack power upgrade. I know what's coming next. Huh? Jessica's fist, which was pressed against the door, glowed red and then white hot. Oh! Jessica didn't even swing at her fist. She just kept it pressed against the door. However, Jessica's murder extended within the closed room. Through the crack in the door, through the keyhole, burst the flames of hell. Jessica couldn't see what was happening inside the room. However, even here, on the other side of the door, she could tell that the flames of hell had swallowed the entire room. Kirie's smoldering death throes could be heard from across the door. Jessica clearly heard as Kiria danced the dance of death amidst the hellfire, fell to her knees and slumped over to the floor. Slowly, Jessica tore her burning fist away from the door. If you love the hell of Emby so much, then burn. Burn in the flames of Emby, for all time. There are probably some things that can be learned from Emby. However, it's nothing to be praised, and going through it is no one's duty. It seems you were too proud after all, on Kirie. Kirie could not do anything against somebody who said, actually, I'm woke. Fuck! Nothing works against that. A splendid close room murder. I'll let you take care of the mess. I'd hate for her corpse to be burned to a crisp when it's finally found. Do you think you could clean it up? As you wish, milady. Arnold transformed into a gold butterfly and entered cross-study through the keyhole. Then he had to cross his arms and think about how he should even start cleaning up Kiria's unrecognizable corpse in this room that had ended up as a burning hell. I'm normal again. Jessica finally let out a breath that she had been holding down in her chest. Her mouth turned into a mouth. Her normal human glint finally returned to her eyes. And then, she couldn't help but shudder at what she'd done. Even if it had just been a trial on the game board for the sake of her love. Is that good enough, demons? Yes, well done, Jessica. Your love is the real deal. George welcomed Jessica with a crisp applause. Beato timidly tried to join in, but Jessica yelled at her and she stopped. It's just something that happened on the game board. There's no need to look so sad about it. I know that logically, but still, how am I supposed to just accept it emotionally? Like, Ganon-kun, I love you. I can't give up. I've shown you how I feel. I didn't do something wrong, did I? I'm not wrong, am I? Ah! My lady. As Jessica started to sob, Ganon held her quietly. And he realized that he would have to carry on the determination she had shown him. You didn't make any mistakes. And it also isn't a mistake to keep your human heart and be sad. I just happen to be a bit more of a stoic when it comes to that sort of thing. Fuck off, George! Not everyone can match up to George-sama's level. But in any event, you have completed your trial, milady. Well done. Shut up, George. I admire the strength of your determination. I see. Both George and Jessica have splendidly succeeded just the same. Very impressive, Jessica. That close room murder just now was wonderful enough to fascinate even a witch like myself. Jessica had used magic to kill Kirie, who had holed up himself inside a closed room. In that instant, Jessica had constructed a closed room murder, had it acknowledged by the demons, and raised it to the level of magic. Your 2 trials have been completed. So then, Who will take the next challenge? Will it be Beatrice-sama? No, no. It might be Shannon. No. This has to be Cannon's time to shine. Come, speak up. Who is next? Who will take the next trial? What witch would hesitate at committing murder in the game board? Even shyness can kill love. Alright, who will carry out the next murder of love? The three who remained look at each other. If none of the others raise their hands in the next few seconds, they will raise their own hands. All three thought this at the same time, so they all raised their hands at the same time. The ones they loved had already shown their determination. They had to carry on. Okay, give me a second, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I promise. You can hear the high-pitched noise I just made because I was muted. Hello. I'm back. Rosa could be seen in the parlor. So true. The relatives apparently all wanted to be alone after dispersing for a short break. Since everyone avoided the parlor, the one place where people would normally gather, Rosa was able to have this relaxing and comforting room all to herself. Yeah! That's right, now you can post Rosa. Oh, thank you, Tobias. That didn't mean she looked relaxed. Her expression was heavy with gloom and weariness. The cup of black tea that she had brought from the dining hall had gone cold. I'm gonna tell people at the beginning of every Saturday to use the redeem that unlocks emotes just so they have the Rosa emote ready. And whenever Rosa shows up, I go, get your Rosas ready. A pleasant silence. Now that no one was inside, Rosa's heart finally awoke. She was always treated like a kid in the conferences with her three. Or is it a follower emote? I don't even remember what I put it on as. She had no influence at all. But possibly because of that, she was apparently considered to be a neutral party. The siblings would often ask for her agreement, sometimes even treating her like a referee or a judge. I have to make use of that and turn the discussion in the direction I want. I have to find almost 100 million yen by March. That was supposed to be my great commitment. A burden I bore to help support that man's business. Now, I'm not sure anymore. If I can pay off my debts, will he call me again? Don't make me laugh. Even if you do contact me after all this time, I'll be the one to refuse. But still, you're Maria's father. He does know! Please come and see her. Only just once. I mean, have you seen how I treat her? This is basically your fault for not being here. Love is quite a difficult thing to stick to, isn't it? Huh? Who? Though no one should have been in the parlor, someone suddenly spoke to Rosa, and she jumped. Just when did he get here? Ganon could be seen standing there. I'm trying to imagine this wasn't random. Okay, Ganon, who will you kill? Rosa. Okay, you didn't let me finish, but yeah, who do you want to kill? Rosa. I call dibs on Rosa. Even considering that she had been deep in thought, to think that she hadn't noticed him at all. You startled me. Sorry, I guess I was thinking so hard that I didn't notice you. Do you need something? No. The reason you are currently in pain is because of love, Rosa-sama. Am I wrong? That's sudden. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Yeah, she's she like if anything, I feel like Canon and Shannon flipped the coin to see who got Rosa and who got Goda. Because they were fighting each other over who got to kill who. Maria-sama's father wanted you to be the co-signer on the loan. No one called Ibs? That's crazy, insane. No offense, milady, but you kind of chose the hardest one. You had me sweating there for a second. What a troublesome kid. You were listening to Krasny-san from the hallway, weren't you? True. Earlier this day, in this very room, Browse had seen through to the fact that Rosa was bearing a massive debt because she'd become a co-signer on a loan. However, he hadn't said that her partner had been Maria's father. Why did Kanon know so much? Wow, dude, that sucks. So not only did he abandon his child, he also left the mother with debt. You are a very wise person, Rosa-sama. You wouldn't have become a co-signer without thinking carefully about the consequences. And I hadn't yet moved to his family register, but I thought of the man I would soon marry as my partner. If he couldn't borrow the money without my name, I figured that helping him out was my responsibility as his future wife. And did that future ever come? No, it hadn't. So afterwards, Rosa was always alone. That's right, just Rosa. And Maria never had a father. However, time moved on. Nothing changed except that Maria, who should have been a symbol of their union, just kept growing like a living hourglass, measuring the length of the hell Rosa had crawled through. Because of that, Maria's growth hurts. It's ironic. I tried to forget that man several times. But you know, forgetting him doesn't get rid of that debt. It was only natural. That's why she had to forget her love and do all she could to pay that money back. But you know, I also think of it this way. If I can manage to pay everything off, it'll mean that I've passed the trial of love that he gave me. I'll have to pay off my debt anyway, so how can I abandon my reward, the love I'll gain as a result, before it's over? Is it really so wrong to put off thinking about that until after I've paid my debts? It may have been a trick of words that only those who had suffered through love could understand. Even Rosa was vaguely aware of the possibility that she'd been deceived. The certainty, she should say. However, if she was able to succeed in paying back the loan, he might acknowledge her usefulness as a wife. Fuck, man. We all drank misogyny juice tonight. They were serving it in the carts, and it was really tasty. When that happened, she might be able to regain that love. If she had abandoned that love, this debt, this trial that he had given her, would become completely meaningless. Yes, for her, the debt itself appeared to be a trial of love. Actually, the very fact that she tried to view it that way might have been the blindness of love. Proved that she was still bound by her regrets and obsessed with the past. The most vintage ones we could find. That pain still continued within her. At the very least, it would remain until she paid back that massive loan. And even then, it would take quite some time before she'd be able to lay her feelings for him to rest. Could this be that hell Kirie-sama spoke of? I see. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but there's no doubt that my world has been hell through and through. And how can that be put to an end? Who knows? If anyone did, no one would ever be crushed by the disease of love. That disease is a serious one. It sometimes eats into a person for their entire life, spreading to and hurting the people closest to them. That disease was torturing her now as much as it ever had. Well, since you bring up Kirie-san, her story is like a wish or a dream to me. Though she had her men stolen from her, she persevered for 18 years. She never fell to despair, and instead continued to support Rudolph, keeping her head down and waiting for a miracle. Maria is still 9 years old. I've only waited as long as the first half of Kirie's 18 years. If I gave up after just this, she would laugh at me. Do you think a miracle will occur within 9 years? Well, Maria will be 18 and maybe leave the house, hopefully. She'll hate me so much she'll want to leave instantly. And then I'll be free again? So I guess that counts as a miracle. If I doubt that, it's all over. In a sense, I'm a ghost. I'm already dead. I'm just living on without noticing. A ghost waiting for eternity for a person who will never come. That's right. That day when I naively said that I wanted to support his dream, I was probably already dead. I guess that really was a regretful day in the end. I have dreams. I want to go overseas. I'll fly out of this tiny country, make it big, and come back to you. That takes me back. At that time, I thought of lovers as a pair of people willing to acknowledge each other's radical dreams. Radical dreamers mentioned. That's why he would always happily cheer me up by talking about how I'd become a successful designer, traveling to Paris to release a new line and getting jostled by the press. When I think about it, I really had my head in the clouds during that strange time. We both lifted the other up, as though we were drifting about in the air. So when he said that he wanted to get out of Japan, I applauded him and promised to support him. Acknowledging each other's great dreams with nothing but words is a classic sort of pillow talk between lovers. However, when it comes to actually carrying them out, you need to be more serious and calculating. For a long time, I felt proud of letting him go on that day. No, I still do. But you still regret it. That's right. If I had sobbed and told him to stop on that day, I might not have fallen into hell. Seeing him off with a smile was my victory? Of course not. It's as though I lost by default by refusing to fight when the time came. I only glorified that loss. Saw him off with a smile as he went to take on the world overseas, and became intoxicated with the illusion that I was some brave woman, waiting patiently for her man's return with her daughter. Even though I didn't get a single call from him, and mail sent to the address he'd given me came back forward an address unknown. This is hell. In this hell, I'll regret not fighting when I should have until the day I die. I even dragged my daughter into it. I wish someone would just kill me. I want to be told that I've already been killed. That I'm a ghost. In love, if you do not fight, you have to crawl through hell. Yes, love is a fight. Will you win and gain? Or lose and die? But please, have no fear of death. After all, it's a peaceful sleep. What's truly terrifying is the hell where you find the unsleeping ghosts of those who couldn't win, yet couldn't die. That hell has no end. The battle of love is cruelest for those who never even fought, but weren't able to die either. So, in love, you gotta make it or break it. Dying in battle like that is liberating. They say the most torturous toxin for humans is made from love grown stale. The suffering it brings exceeds the tortures of the most twisted hells. She used this knowledge to try and embolden her double and little sister, encouraging her to take on any trial no matter how fierce. I understand. After all, when my desire to have battlers and accept me one day wells up in my chest, I can feel the seed that resides there. It is up to me to kill that seed or make it bud. However, if I let it rot here in my chest, that poison will surely torment me forever. And that is the most fearsome torture in the world, even for us 1,000-year-old witches. See what happens to those who make light of love. This hell of roses is what happens to those who do not possess the courage to make the seed of love bud, and instead allow it to rot. One cannot end that pain by their own hands. Huh? Just now, was that a red light? Pardon me. Huh? What? Just now, I thought I saw something strange. I wonder if I'm tired. It's probably just my imagination. Rosa picked up her cup of cold tea. When she did, she saw a small, red rose petal float to the surface.
Huh? Who's there?
Rose.
What the?
Hello! Sarzak and Raiders, how's it going? We are so absurdly far into spoiler territory at this point, there's not even any point in trying to make you avoid spoilers, but if you ever plan to read Umineko, you might want to duck out. Hope the stream went well. Thank you. I have heard that in your youth, you loved to lie on that sofa. It wasn't a rose petal. It was a drop of blood. Oh, PSO! Nice, nice. Hope it went well. It had fallen from Rosa's eyes. In an instant, Ganon had beautifully and precisely cut just a single thread of Rosa's life. There was no wound on Rosa's body. However, several drops of blood dripped down from her eyes. Her pain, her uncertainties, and her worries were all gone now. Slowly, she fell down onto her side on the sofa. This had been one of the happiest things she had done during the happiest day of her life. Sleep well, Rosa-sama. Your hell has ended. Ganon took a blanket out of a cupboard and gently covered Rosa with it. To anyone, it would have looked just as though Rosa was sleeping peacefully. Those demons had not exaggerated when calling this trial a battle of love. It was the least accurate on this cruel but unassailable fact, that those who have their love shattered meet with death. Now, my part is complete. Did you see that, demons? Damn. You dared to kill my mama? You dared to kill my mama? One of the two great witches of Maria's Sorcier, Maria, though she was just an apprentice, the power sleeping within her had impressed even Beatrice at the height of her strength. In Maria's eyes, though Rosa may have been the Black Witch, she was also the vessel of the mother she couldn't help but love. Her anger at having that stolen from her was near madness. You dared to! Mama! Mama! Maria's attack was too emotional. Because of this, she didn't notice that Ganon had vanished for several heartbeats. And she released her barrage at what had become empty space. In the meantime, Ganon had jumped from wall to wall around to Maria's back. Huh? I don't want to kill past my core, but I'll clean up the mess I've made. What are you? What are you? The diplomatic immunity. I won't let you target Maria or me. Damn. The red curved blade extending from Ganon's hand vanished in an instant. He tried to make it reappear, but when he attempted to use it on Maria and Sakutaro again, it vanished once more. Because of Sakutaro's power, he was unable to make either of them the target of his attacks. There you are. How long have you been here? What are you? I won't let anyone bully Maria. Damn it! Maria finally noticed where Ganon was, and she slowly turned around. Ganon made his sword materialize yet again. But no matter how often he tried, it kept fading out like a flashlight with a bad battery. I won't let you get away now. I won't forgive you for the sin of stealing my mama away. Kill you. Just like Mama killed all of them. I'll kill you without mercy. Excuse me? As Maria howled, the entire parlor was surrounded by a cube of red magic barriers. It was a closed room symbolizing a barrier that Canon could never escape. Damn it! Here. Canon cursed his bad luck. Even though he had fulfilled his goal in the demon's trial, if he was killed here, he'd be dragged off the game board. But you have a contract, Canon, you're fine. Maria, don't overdo it. Yeah, I won't overdo it. I'll be a little more gentle than Mama. Huh? Who is it? Pardon me, Maria-sama. In accordance with the contract with Separ-sama and 44-sama, I come for your life. Oh shit! The fucking honorable kill. Shannon, don't get in my way! It's pointless, Shannon. I won't let anyone target Maria. Yes. I don't intend to target her in any way. I will simply protect myself. A cylindrical red magical barrier surrounded Shannon as she stood in the center of the parlor. She made its brightness and thickness grow, and its radius suddenly expanded, filling up the room. It wasn't targeting Maria. This power was being wielded to protect Shannon's body. So, Sakutaro's power didn't make it disappear. Yes, hon. Would you let your feelings for Milady collapse in a situation like this? Get a hold of yourself! Uryu! By now, the shield with Shannon at the center had covered up the entire room. Its power crushed Maria and Sakutaro into the corner. Ironically, they were perfectly wedged between Shannon's barrier and the closed room barrier Maria had set up to prevent Canon from escaping. No, good. Can't escape. I see. This is a closed room. This might be just perfect for that wannabe detective who's trying to deny Bato's magic. Checkmate, Maria-sama. Is that acceptable? Yeah, it's fine. Crush me. Then here it comes. Ah, man. Maria's so cool even when she loses. The entire room was filled with the red light of the shields, and the output and pressure were raised to their limits. Then, crushed between the shield and their own closed room barrier, Maria and Sakutaro lost their forms, scattered into a golden splash, and disappeared. You know, I love my mom, but you know what emotion I feel stronger about? I hate Furudo Erika so much that I'll forget that I love my mom. Thank you. Very, very understandable to feel that way. Yeah. I'll be the Christian baby, she said. I couldn't afford to disappear here. If you lost in a place like this, you wouldn't be able to let it go. Yeah. I wouldn't give up if I lost in a place like this. Separ-sama, Forfor-sama, we have both finished our trials. Is that satisfactory? Yeah, truly splendid. No complaints for either of you. Then shall we finish with Beatorice's turn? Oh, where'd she go? To the victim she's chosen, of course. Then let's go there as well. Wow, that was really quick, huh? Just goes to show how efficient Shannon and Canon are at murdering compared to George and Jessica. Canon very clearly has the assassin build. Oh, hello, Natsuhi. What's up? Natsuhi could be seen in her personal room. Krause had told her to go to bed. But she couldn't afford to lie around sleeping on an important day like this. However, she realized that she was the type to get excited easily, and that this sometimes held her husband back. So, though she didn't like it one bit, there was no way around it. It was probably close to the time for the break to end, and the family conference would begin once again in the dining hall. Her husband would have to protect the Ushinomiya family honor from those greedy siblings, all by himself. If she grew emotional by his side, she would just tie him down. Though she knew that quietly waiting here was the best way she could support him, that didn't make the waiting any easier. Natsuki pulled a small treasure box out of a drawer. This was her secret box. Inside was everything from valuable items to mere rubbish. However, they were all precious, memorable treasures in Natsuki's eyes. She pulled a small pouch out of the box. She stuck her hand inside it. It was the kind of charm that her own family had given her when she had married. A spirit mirror to ward off evil. Her own face was reflected in it. Youth doesn't last forever. Recently, she'd been seeing a bit of her parents and grandparents on her own face. So, by staring at her reflection in the mirror like this, she felt as though her soul had returned to the family she'd been born into. Natsuhi, I'm so glad you love to be here with this family. Dad, Mom, I've always been so ignorant and unable to support my husband. Of course, her face in the mirror did not answer. However, Natsuki continued. I wait here alone because I love my husband. However, I think love means being close to one another. Though I understand logically that staying here is the best way I can help him, I still feel wretched for doing it. Tough, isn't it? Waiting for the sake of love. If Natsuki's family is anything like Kirya's, Natsuki would be so good at murdering people. Alas. Well, she did say she knew how to use the Naginata, didn't she? So never mind. With a plop, a tear fell onto the mirror. Old, dear memories of her life at her parents' house rose up inside her. Now was the time for her to follow her parents' example. when her father came home late, her mother would always sit up straight waiting for him, prepared for him to arrive at any moment. She would always wait for him, kneeling in the entrance hall. And no matter how late he came home, he would always wake up all the children and line them up to greet him. At the time, I only thought of her as being exceptionally strict. But at this age, I finally understand how strong she was, persevering in her love for her beloved husband even after being left in charge of the house while he was out. Yep, the cup of misogyny was accompanied by some delicious cope cookies. Because of the love for your husband. You couldn't bear to be made to care for an unfamiliar child. Huh? The sudden voice made Natsuki jump up and look about the room. An unfamiliar child? When she did, there was a Western lady wrapped in an extravagant dress. Who are you? Natsuki was confused. There was no one like this in this mansion. However, though this was her first time seeing this person, it felt as though she had seen her somewhere else. Her mind had gone blank with anger at the ruffian who had snuck into her private room, and confusion over the appearance of someone she didn't know. So it took quite some time before she realized that this was the witch of the portraits. Though you murdered a baby you didn't know on that day 19 years ago, I will not hold that sin against you. What are you talking about? Bato had chosen Natsuki as her sacrifice. She was Battler's enemy. Bato didn't know much about the details of Battler's birth. However, she knew about the fragment from the previous game, and knew there was a chance that Battler was the baby that Natsuki had pushed off a cliff 19 years ago. Battler had used this blue wedge to protect Natsuki from certain false charges. But if you took it as a confession by Battler himself, then from Bato's position, Natsuki was an enemy who probably forced Battler to live a painful life. That's right. That's exactly what he meant. You killed that baby, who lacked your husband's blood, for the sake of your love for your husband. So, also for the sake of love, I will not hold it against you. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Get out! This is my room! Therefore, please, do not hold it against me when I kill you for the sake of my love. Bato slowly stuck out her arms, and made as if to grab something in empty space. That grab bound itself around Natsuki's neck. Uh-oh. Natsuki's heels lifted up, and a faint, purple shape appeared around her neck. Natsuki frantically scratched at her neck, trying to stop whatever was strangling her. There was nothing there. Though, to an outsider, it just looked as though Natsuki was standing on her toes in anguish, scratching at her own neck. Both pairs of lovers have shown their determination. I do not think that my love for Badlerson is inferior to theirs. Just as I will not blame you for your sin of 19 years ago, I will not blame myself for this sin. As Natsuki twisted in agony, something she had been grasping fell from her grip. Since it had fallen by her feet, Beato dropped her vase to see what it was. It was Natsuki's spirit mirror. When she peered into it, there was a sound like a burst of electricity. That sound released Natsuki from the invisible hands and made Beato topple backwards like a doll. Coughing, Natsuki tried to comprehend what is going on around her. Beato rolled over and, dizzy as though she had just bumped her head, she slowly tried to stand up. Her eyes were bewildered, as though even she didn't really understand what had happened. What? What is this? That is surprising. You could touch spiderwebs without trouble, but you can't handle the spirit mirror? Even I don't have a clue what's happening. What in the world? She had thought that only Beato, the Elder, possessed by non-human weak points, such as getting burned by spiderwebs in wars, and having her power sealed by spirit mirrors. However, for some reason, this spirit mirror alone could apparently affect Beato as well. Even Beato couldn't understand what about the spirit mirror had such an overpowering effect on her. But Natsuki was different. She instantly realized that the reason for the hesitation of this unearthly being, the switch of the portrait, must be the power of the mirror. So she rapidly crawled across the floor and picked it up. Then she stuck it out so that Beato could see it. Beato still didn't know what was happening. So, still sitting down, she looked straight at it. And this time, both of them understood the situation completely. Beato realized that the mirror was working some hateful power against her. And Natsuki realized that the spirit mirror had the power to repel witches. Why is the mirror... It's because you're an evil witch. This miraculous spirit mirror repels all creatures of evil. Don't point it at me. But the spirit mirror still held out. Natsuki cautiously closed the gap between them. She was cautious so as to prevent the other from suddenly lashing out and stealing the mirror. But she steadily moved to corner this evil. I do not know who you are. All I know is that you tried to kill me. And I know that you are a creature of evil, fearful of the spirit mirror. Be gone, evil one! Beato didn't understand what was happening herself. She didn't know why she had to fear the spirit mirror. However, when she tried to look at the bright light let off by the spirit mirror, it pierced her eyes. Though she didn't understand why she must be afraid, she did understand that she must be afraid. By now, Beato realized that the spirit mirror was both terrifying and harmful. As it came closer to her, she felt an increasingly strong and painful burning sensation over her whole body, as though someone was approaching her with a hot iron. She couldn't even open her eyes because of the mirror's bright, painful glint. Go! Return to the world from whence you came, evil one. I, Ushiromiya Natsuhi, do not fear evil in the least. It's no use. Why? Why is this musty mirror so... If I lose here, I'll be the only one who failed this trial. Just like George-san and Shannon-san, and Jessica-san and Kanon-san, I also want Battler-san to acknowledge me, and treasure me. And even though I finally managed to be honest with myself, in a place like this, I alone will be... Are you giving up? Only you? Believe! A miracle of love will surely occur. Oh, Battler-san. I want him to notice me. And I want him to acknowledge and accept my feelings. If my reason for calling him father and dedicating myself to him was out of duty towards a parent of mine, I would have been satisfied with no reward. That was a deception I used to fool myself. I love Battler-san, and I want him to acknowledge it. I accept it. I won't turn away any longer. I was born because I love Battler-san, and I want him to love me back. So, I cannot lose here. Be gone, evil one. There is no place for you here. Ugh. Her determination had come too late. If she'd had it from the start, he would probably have managed to finish Natsuki off right then without any fear. Because she had wavered, it had taken time to kill Natsuki, and things had ended up like this. But now, I am resolved. I want to love Battler-san. I want him to love me. And so, I cannot lose here. After all, I was born for Battler-san's sake. Yes, that is what we wanted to hear. Just after a sound like a beetle banging off of all the walls filled the room. Oh shit, Dream End Discharger? The spirit mirror was knocked out of Natsuki's outstretched hands. It fell to the floor. And the stake flying around the room pierced through it with a crash. Lucifer of Pride, right here. You dare mock me by choosing a single old mirror to be my first target in so long? Huh? Lucifer-san? Reptilicha-sama, you must complete your trial. You're right! Normal sound that everyone recognizes. He's getting away. Someone! Help me! Someone! Not the spirit mirror. Her last ray of hope had been smashed, and the number of strange Stevens had increased. Natsuki could do nothing but run for it. However, if she made a scene and people gathered, the anti-magic toxin would burn Beato. Now was her last chance. Thank you, Lucifer-san. Prepare yourself, Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Once again, Beato choked the thin air. This time, she wouldn't let her escape. She had to end Natsuki's pain right away before it got too drawn out. But power wasn't enough. Though Natsuki scratched at her neck, she also struggled to escape from the room, her shaking hands stretched out to the lock on the door. The closed room is one of the concepts that allows a witch to be a witch. Just unlocking the door strengthened the anti-magic toxin a little. Since Bato was at her limits, even within the closed room, if Natsuki undid that lock, Bato's power would weaken immediately, and Natsuki would surely escape into the hallway. Their strengths were matched. However, Natsuki's began to surpass Bato's slightly. The power of the living to live is fundamentally stronger than the power of magic. Of course, Bato was mustering all of her might. However, Natsuki was just a bit stronger. That's enough. Lucifer, do it. As you wish. Lucifer transformed into a stake, and like the time she had smashed Natsuki's spirit mirror, flew violently around the room. Then, she struck Natsuki's forehead. Natsuki crumpled slowly. When Bato saw this, she also fell to her knees, breathing hard. Hey, Separ. Does this count? Beatrice didn't complete the trial by her own strength alone, right? That's right, 4-4. True, this trial must be accomplished without borrowing the help of any other. But maybe this is an exception? A pair in love are as one. This doesn't count as help from outside. Butler's son? Did you really have to scare me like that as soon as the first twilights? My apologies. Sorry, I didn't listen to your instructions. Instructions? Well, I didn't stay in my room. Bato hung her head apologetically. When he saw this, Badler scratched his head uncomfortably. In that case, I should apologize too. I should have chosen my words more carefully. No, you did nothing wrong, Father. I mean, Butler-san. It's okay. Call me whatever you like. Huh? Mother always looked at the new Beatrice sternly. However, that was gone from his expression now. True. The old you may have called me just Badler. At first, I might have tried to force you to speak to me that way. But that would be pointless. You are Bato, but you're still you. You can call me whatever you want. Butler-san. Sure, that works great. Can't say being called father is really my thing. Yes. Earlier she had hesitated just to say Badler's name at all. If Badler had told her to say his name without honorifics, she couldn't have done so right now. And even if she had, they might have hurt Badler even more. However, now she was allowed to call Badler by his name. She just had to look into her eyes to see how happy this made her. I heard from Separ and 4-4. Seems a strange game has been started. Yes. Sorry for getting involved all on my own. No problem. That reckless way you leap in before you understand is really like you. And, well, I've heard about the theme of this game. Apparently, you're supposed to play it in pairs. Yes, that is correct, Lord Battler. If you can succeed in winning through our trial, we will bless the pair of you and bestow a miracle of magic upon you. Seems these guys have been giving their power to Battle's golden butterfly brooch. That means its effectiveness is guaranteed. We've been stuck with each other for a long time now. Nothing wrong with playing this sort of game every now and then. Battler's son. Oh, did you hear that, 4-4? It looks like Lord Battler is joining in as well. That's no surprise. After all, we've known since the beginning. Welcome to our trial, Lord Battler. So, who will your sacrifice be? I've already done my part. Go and check if you want. Very well, Lord Battler. Come, 4-4, let's go check. Yes, let's. But Separ, this means that all 6 lovers have succeeded in their trials, right? What should we do next? The resolve of all 6 is the real deal. Let us test them further in the next trial. The 2 noisy demons disappeared. They had apparently left to go check on the sacrifice Battler had killed. And also so that Battler and Battle, who could finally look each other in the eye and talk, could have some time alone. What do you think of the tale so far? When suddenly asked this question, Anjay immediately came to her senses. Then, she realized that she had been immersed in Hachiyo's tale. This is Hachiyo, this is not Federine. What's the difference? Good question. She felt a bit defeated and tried to look displeased. You cleverly tried to distract us with this love trial stuff. But exactly 6 people have died, setting up the first twilights. Impressive. Oh, you're right. I hadn't realized. Maxa clapped his hand as though he'd been outsmarted. Damn. The outsmarted Amaxa reward. Highest honors. Even though he figured it out before me, he played the fool. Is this guy even here? Well, you know. That's simply because the number of lovers just happened to be 6. The fact that it matched the number of the first twilight was half coincidence, half design. It's a bit more interesting that way. Feels more like fate. Humans have the bad habit of taking 2 meaningless phenomena and trying to link them together. Trying to make things seem like fate is a trick of books. Oh, you don't know? Well, you have 2 more episodes to figure out why Amaxa is here in the first place. That is the biggest mystery of Umineko. I guess you aren't a fan of Destiny and Miracles, lady. It's like UFOs. Everyone knows about them, but no one has ever seen them. Lies! That's not true. There's a cool metaphor. So, normally, I try to skip over all the love and illusions and call them unnecessary, useless scenes for the mystery. But Okonogi-san disagreed with that way of thinking. He thought that by looking at things without love that way, the truth could never be reached. Ah, you mean President Tokunogi's catchphrase? Without love, it cannot be seen. He's made millions with that catchphrase. Yeah, that. If I put aside my anger at the person who killed my family in a story, and even speak with respect for Madame Hachijo, the one who wrote this tale, then there must be a point to this depiction. After all, she's used up all these pages talking about love and trials. In other words, those are the themes and keywords of this tale. She's learning about themes. Oh, huh. And there are many who claim that all words not written in red ink are not worth reading. It is an honor, child of man, that you have read the black letters as well. Actually, they're white. Stories are written because the writer has something they want to communicate. And some writers feel that it's unrefined to lay everything out too directly. All of this about how you'll never reach the truth without love has shown up many times in the works before this one. This new works makes that even more striking. It means that is the one thing the writer wanted to tell the most. The thing that they want us to think about the most. When you think about it, there have been many scenes about love ever since Beato first appeared. Even the first time she appeared before Shannon, she spoke clearly about how love was the single element of the world. And the golden butterfly brew she had given was also an item for love. She had said that she enjoyed sowing seeds of love and watching complications arise. And when Shannon stopped borrowing her power, the reason for her argument was also love. After her interactions with battlers started up and fall, scenes about love were toned down for a while. But the without love it cannot be seen definition of magic has been mentioned repeatedly. Then, in the tale right before this one, when Bato became a doll, several scenes made it seem almost as though Battler and Bato had accepted each other as rivals. Or possibly something more. I added the inflection there. In the end, Battler had regained some memory, and his impression of Bato had undergone a complete change. And then, in this game, they accept each other as room, even though they've been living in the same place for who knows how long. From the beginning until now, the word love, has been repeated over and over again. The tale you wrote keeps talking about love. However, that's not Maria Onechan's viewpoint or Beatorice's viewpoint. It's Hachiyo Toya's viewpoint. Correct. That is what I wanted to tell. And it is my own sort of answer. Answer? Then all the crimes 12 years ago were a trial of love stirred by strange demons? Ridiculous. I didn't come here to read a romance novel you wrote. What I want to know about is the truth you claim to have reached. Yeah, literally. Like you just said, okay, I will not ignore the love parts, and then like 5 minutes later you're saying this is stupid. Tell me about the murders. foolish child of man. After reading all of this, do you still not understand? With an obviously condescending gaze, Hachiyo shrugged. It was clear that she was trying to provoke Anjay. She was probably hinting that Anjay should just go home if she was annoyed. If you're going to read my noble work and not even attempt to see whether you understand it, then get out. Normally, Anjay would already have thrown a fit and left. However, she couldn't do that. Because Amakusa was watching. And she didn't wanna look stupid in front of the stupid guy. Though she didn't like someone else toying with her family's fates in a story. She was growing increasingly certain of something else as she read through it. Just as Hachiyo's followers said, this tale really does have the same presence, the same scent as the tales written by Beatrice. The author was certainly different. However, because it reached to the real truth, it had the same scent. Anjay was beginning to acknowledge this. Hachiyo Toja was the one who had reached Beatrice's truth. An endless witch like Beatrice, who could add to the endlessly stretching parallel worlds of the cat box. If one has reached Beatrice's truth, they can create a new tale, whoever they are. With this new manuscript, I'm sure someone besides myself will appear and reach the truth. Those people will be qualified to create new tales of their own. So there will be more and more endless witches. Yes. And these many endless witches will add to Beatrice's catbox too. The more they add to it, the more people will reach the truth. When that happens, the very first endless witch, Beatrice, will finally be rewarded by writing such long letters, packing them in bottles and throwing them into the sea. You might have yelled at me angrily and risen from your seats. However, you did not. Why? I hate to admit it, but I'm starting to think that your tale has some kind of truth or hint within it. I already have my own ideas. However, that's no more than looking with a single eye. Unless I accept a different viewpoint from my own and look at things from more than one angle, I'll never be able to see the truth in 3 dimensions. That's my interpretation of without love, it cannot be seen. Very well, child of man. Perhaps, as the final survivor of the Ushinomiya family, it was fated that you would find the truth and become an endless witch. I exist only as a guidepost to awaken you as the true successor. Anjay Beatrice. Sometimes I don't understand what she's saying. However, she knows something. And maybe she actually has reached the truth as she claims. In other words, I didn't learn the truth even after reading the 2 message bottles Beatrice left behind. And I'm now reading tale after tale filled with hints. So, these hints are challenges, provoking me to think. Indeed. Perfect. I'll find the truth you say you've reached. It's a good thing I came here. That it is. I invited you here because you hadn't found it yet, child of man. I am Anjay in this picture currently. Wow! Let the truth I see and the truth you see overlap. Just as you see things with a single eye, so do I. Now that I've found you, I can finally see the truth with both eyes. Ah. So, the first twilight has finally happened. Everything so far has made me so sleepy. You have some sleep in your eye. Huh? Where? Mind your own business. As you wish. Let's begin. First off, the first twilights. Yay! Look, Bug, it's good that you're Anja in this picture and not Erika. It's good that you're not... Oh, finally the murders are happening. Let me wake up. Because there are people like that. Erika was dozing off on her bed, so when a knock sounded on the door, it took some time before she noticed. I don't think I recognize this background. Is it new? She looked at the clock and saw that not much time had passed since she had lain down. Yes, who is it? I hope you have a good reason for knocking on the detective's door in an hour like this. That's right. I have one thing to say before we begin this game. Was it used for Eva's room? It doesn't look the same. Maybe it's mirrored? Maybe it's the same picture mirrored, but I think it's a different room. Because I think... it looked a little bit different. And you couldn't see the bathroom in the back. The bathroom was out of frame, I think. Oh, that detective proclamation thing. Do as you wish. No, I mean the opposites. I say we raise the stakes. Raise the stakes? And then the stakes appear. We're already up. No, stupid, we didn't mean that. What's this? Now that sounds interesting. What do you mean? It's simple. Battler got a shot off at us in the last game. So, if Erika does the same in this game, we're only even. Wasn't the last game a tie? We failed to win a game that should have been a shoo-in, right? If that isn't a loss, I don't know what is. Right, Erika? Yes, my master. If I hadn't failed so miserably, would have won that game easily. Oh, I get it. So this time, you'll intentionally fight at a disadvantage by not making a detective proclamation, and win despite that. You're scheming to not only wipe out your loss from the previous game, but to totally flip the score upside down, right? You intend to participate in the game Battler's son poured his heart and soul into with a foolish handicap like that? That is not only presumptuous, it's quite rude. How rude? You got a point there. It sounds more like an excuse just in case they lose. True. You could also look at it that way. If they win, it's a great victory. But if they lose, Erika's side has a nice little excuse. Isn't that a bit unsporting? Don't worry.
Got anything tougher?
This bet is balanced on both sides. If this game is won by a human without the detective proclamation, it'll be impossible for Battler and the others to pick up the pieces of the illusion of the witch. But on the other hand, if Erika loses, that detective trash will be sent into the depths of oblivion, along with the worst possible fragments. It's fine, you're gonna win, Erika. You're gonna win, it's fine. See? That's balanced, isn't it? An ultimate victory with a mere human, not a Superman detective, destroying the illusion of the witch. A loose stone? She's putting her own destruction on the line to make that bet. I've gotten bored with these sluggish repeating games that you and the former Battle made. So we're raising the stakes and settling it all at once. If I was Lambda and I was feeling mean at this point, I would go, well, if you're so bored about it, why don't you simply win? It's not my fault you keep losing. Well, that is true. If Battler makes it through this game, it'll mean that Battler has won Battler's game, and the game will end. In a sense, it's a showdown you can't escape, right? I see your position. Are you okay with that, Erika? I'm kind of fucked, Battler. I can't really say no. Yes, of course. In order to regain my master's trust in me, which was lost by my previous defeat, I will risk even my own destruction. Is that of your own will? Of course not. What's wrong, Erika? Answer him, okay? Obviously. This is my own will. I certainly will not lose. Even without the detective proclamation, I will defeat you, no matter what. Battler, son. Obviously clueless. To me, it's more like this. Sure, that's fine. If that's what you want, I'll accept that challenge. Or hey, I have an even better one. Thank you very much. I'll make sure you regret it. After all, when Battler played for the human side, he never had anything as convenient as a detective's authority. All he was allowed to do was use the blue truth and demand that Bat repeat things he said. Exactly. In a way, the last game was unfair. We failed to win despite that, which is why it was no different from a loss. Do what you want. If you feel like making a detective proclamation, do it whenever you like. I understand that you're holding it in reserve at the moment. As if I'd use such a thing against an opponent like you. Then, get started, you two. I'm already starting to get bored. Leave it to me, my master. I will destroy the illusion of the witch for you without fail. Fuck! George and Jessica had been the ones knocking on Erika's door. But really, what a question, Battler. Going, are you doing this out of your own will? And then seeing the gun pointed at Erika's head, and she's going, yes. You go, oh, okay. They were asking whether Battler and Mari had come to this room. Of course, they hadn't. A good while ago, they went downstairs saying they wanted to get something to drink. We thought they might have come to your room. Oh, wait, there were two different shots of this room, right? Yeah, this one I do recognize from episode 3, but the other shot that they used is the one I do not recognize. Because there's one where they rotate the room a little bit, and you can see the bathroom in the back. And that's the one that I didn't recognize. Of course not. Why would they? Are you sure they didn't go to the mansion? We called the servant room and dining hall of the mansion, but no one picked up. This one. I don't recognize this one. Wait, that isn't a bathroom. It's a different room. Because there's a lamp there. Please stay here, you two. I'm going to go check the mansion. Hey, it's dangerous to go out this late. How could a stranger sneak into the sealed-off island? Stay in that cousin room of yours. I'll contact you if anything happens. Also, tell the servants in the guest house servant room not to leave the building. Bye. Now what's this? Yummy. Oh yeah. I thought it was a knife and I was like, what? Wait a second. Erika-san? Oh, right. Fishy aroma. You're right. She's a strange kid. After speaking her mind and not listening to anything else, Erika had dashed down the stairs and rushed outside. The first twilight usually starts in the morning, but it looks like we got an early fight this time. No crime has occurred in the guest house, so that means the stage of the tragedy is in the mansion. Though she had an umbrella up, Erika got drenched as she sprinted. She brashly licked the raindrops that dripped down her face. She's so awesome. Erika was at her most energetic. She was getting hydrated with the rain. According to her memory from the previous game, the entrance hall to the mansion would be locked after the start of the family conference. However, the lock wasn't done this time. But, can you imagine what Erika's EDC must be like? It must go crazy. Had someone unlocked it, or had the lock not been set? Or had it not been possible to set the lock? Well, no point thinking about it now. After all, that might have just been a whim of the Game Masters. As soon as she entered the entrance hall, the door to the parlor opened violently. Out of it flew Goda's large body. Oh, good evening, Goda-san. Is something the matter? Oh, oh. Police! Ambulance! Oh. That expression really is wonderfully pathetic. Just perfect for the first one to discover the crime. Please calm down. How could the police or an ambulance get to an isolated island inside a typhoon? I'm sure the phones are out anyway, so please calm yourself. Yells from crowds in Riddle's group could be heard from the parlor. Their shaken appearance perfectly signified the coming of the first twilights. Well then, give me the victims, the scene, and a reconstruction of the situation. Okay guys, I do not remember who the sixth victim is, because it's been years since I read this. So I'm gonna call my shot and say it's Genji, because they like to use Genji in the first Twilight a lot. He's like a good filler victim in Twilight. When they don't when they can't fill up 6 slots with a theme. You're guessing Goda? Goda, you literally just saw Goda. Please be serious. Who could say? Could be Goda. I guess you have a point. Those who left to take a break didn't come back, so the adults went to the parlor. When they did, the door was sealed from the inside, and they couldn't open it. You'll see later, but the hat stand in the parlor had been used to bar the double doors from the inside. It might be Nanjo, you're right. So you're trying to say the door was locked from the inside, and the windows were also locked from the inside? That's it. When they went around and looked into the parlor through the window, they saw Rosa lying on the sofa in an unnatural position, with blood pouring from her forehead. They then smashed the glass, entered the parlor, and discovered that Maria was also there, lying by the wall and covered in blood. Got it. Yes, that would make them yell. And the other crime scenes? The entrance wasn't locked when you came into the mansion because they went out through it to check the parlor from the outside. It had been locked before they left through it, so there was a chance that the others who had gone missing were lying elsewhere within the mansion. And the adults are now searching the entire building. So, do the places the victims died match that long, crazy delusion you showed earlier? They match. Rosa and Maria were in the parlor. Beyond that, Natsuki was in her own room. And Kirie was in Krause's study. Eva was in the rose garden. No, wait. She was moved to the VIP room, wasn't she? Yes. Eva's corpse was found in the VIP room. That makes 5 victims. Ah, that's 1 short for the first Twilights. Who's the 6th person? And where? Raul-sama, the chain on this door is also set. Cut it. culprit might be hiding in there. Goda, do it. Rolf and Krause had brought Winchesters from Kinzo's prize collection. They yelled at Goda, who was carrying the wire cutters, to cut the chain. The victims had been found one after another at several locations inside the mansion. The men who had lost their wives searched through the mansion in a rage, looking for the culprits. Their reputation's on the fucking floor right now. After the scenes we've seen, you can't really look at them and not shake your head. Well, I guess Krause didn't get any extra slander. He's already been slandered enough in the previous episode. This was a guest room. Yeah, all of them. Even... Oh, do you think it's Kumasawa? It might be Kumasawa. It had previously been a room where the relatives would stay. But it hadn't been used much since the construction of the guest house. This forgotten room had been sealed from the inside by the chain. As soon as the chain was cut, Rudolph pushed Goda aside and flew into the room. Is anyone there? Get out here. There's someone on the bed. Let's get some light, Aniki. And this is the guest house that Eva was in episode 1. Which is not the same room she was in episode 3. Yes, yes. When Krause pushed the switch on the wall, the guest room lit up. And the figure lying on the bed came into view. Battler! Damn it! What are you doing in a place like this? Can't believe I forgot Rudolph had a crying sprite. Rudolph's knees crumpled and he fell over Battler's corpse. No words could console him as he cried with a mad sorrow. In a single night, he had lost both his wife and his son. At least you still have your daughter. Something. During this time, Krause checked the window and the bathroom and searched the closet to find if anyone was hiding there, but found no one. Battler! Battler! Damn it! Ah! How sad. I can't believe it. This room is also Lo's room. Who could have predicted? I could have if I remembered, but I forgot. Yeah. What? Again? Yes. My study. Still women only, let's go! Where Kiria-san was. Natsu's room. The VIP room with Eva. The parlor with Rosa and her daughter. And now Badler went in this guest room. They're all closed rooms, aren't they? Okay, let's extend this to maintain the theme. These are all victims of misogyny. These are all victims of misogyny. I can probably devise an extremely outrageous Rube Goldberg machine to explain to you how Badler is a victim of misogyny. When you think about it, aren't men also victims? Okay, enough. I don't understand. It couldn't be suicide, could it? That's impossible. How could this be a suicide? Ugh. Battler! It is not an incorrect statement, is all I'm gonna say. Oh. There's a surprise. To think that you yourself would be the sixth person. It's more interesting to... You can't say that, Battler. It's more interesting to kill yourself off every now and then. And all the crime scenes are closed rooms. It's a murder that couldn't have been performed without magic. Isn't seeing through that the point of this game? In other words, it must be a murder that could have been performed without magic. After all, if it really could be done only with magic, this wouldn't be a game. That's an interesting thought. Yes, that is the sort of game we've been playing. This game is fair. The goal is to explain without magic the strange crimes that are claimed to be caused with magic. If that couldn't be done, it wouldn't be a game. In other words, as Erika had said, they must be murders that could have been performed without magic. To turn it around, the witch side had a certain responsibility. Oh, is that what we're doing? I guess. They had to make a crime that could be reproduced with tricks and not magic. I was just vibing. Unless the human side could see through to those tricks, the witch side could use all kinds of magic and illusions. In other words, in order to carry out a closed room murder with magic, it was necessary to create a crime that would be possible by human hands. Now I understand. I see why, when I ordered the Seven Sisters to kill my classmates back at St. Lucia's, they couldn't do what I told them. And I understand the meaning of Mamon's words. Magic can only do what you can accomplish by your own hands. Is that it? At that time, if I had possessed the determination to kill my classmates... No, that's not it. At that time, if I had been capable of killing my classmates, capable of pulling it off, then the Seven Sisters of Purgatory would probably have pulled it off for me. If I had just locked in. They could only accomplish what I could do myself. No, that's not it either. They could take what I had accomplished and turn it into magic. However, because there had been a great number of witnesses in that classroom, it would probably have been impossible. It would have been burned by that anti-magic toxin Mariao-Nechan and the others always talk about. However, if I had called those classmates out somewhere without witnesses, and if I had succeeded in murder, at that point, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory would be capable of carrying out a magical murder. I lost my chance, even without magic. Even with magic, witches cannot do things they cannot accomplish by themselves. They can only adorn things they're capable of doing with magic. Interesting. And that is because those who accomplish something without using magic later claimed that magic was used and called themselves witches. A tree falling in the forest is kind of magic. I guess so. You're right. This Erika person has understood that since the beginning. That's why she will never surrender to witches. She is confident that it must be explainable with tricks. The old battler was toyed with so frequently because he did not possess that conviction. You could say that, yeah. It's a valid claim. Once you see through that rule, the witch loses any chance at victory. That's why they have to make their opponent surrender before they see the truth of that rule. The longer the match is drawn out, and the more hints are given, the greater the witch's overwhelming disadvantage becomes. Once again, this reasoning keeps spinning around in circles. Why did Bato get drawn out until she lost? Many victims had been found, and the mansion was still wrapped in chaos. Hideyoshi's corpse seemed to have gone to the guest house, worrying about the safety of the kids there. Krause and Riddle's group was in the hall, talking about what should be done next. During a short gap in this chaos, Erika dashed all about the mansion. She was checking the crime scene, scampering all over, like the rat she is. Normally, with the detective's authority, Erika had the right to openly investigate the crime scenes to her heart's content. However, this time, she hadn't yet made use of that authority. She was a guest and an outsider, so there was little to no chance that she would be allowed to investigate. So she was forced to quickly check all of the crime scenes now, while she could still run about as she pleased. In the servant room where there had been a clear folder containing a sketch of the mansion's interior. Because she had borrowed that, she knew the locations of all the rooms. Erika skillfully made her way through the mansion, dashing into each crime scene in turn. Lady Erika, I believe you know, but allow me to warn you just in case. Yes, what is it? Is it true that you have an incredible photographic memory, Lady Erika? That, combined with the detective proclamation, is what made it possible for you to avoid being deceived by anything. Yeah, I get it. Since no detective proclamation has been made about me, even my photographic memory doesn't count as foolproof evidence. Of course, I understand that. Still, that doesn't mean I can afford to miss viewing the crime scenes directly. After all, in the last game, my pride in that regard led me to a truly miserable failure. For example, by this argument, no matter how well you examine a person's corpse, you could not even guarantee that they were not faking their death with absolute certainty. Most probably, features of this situation might be individually confirmed by telling Battler to repeat them in red. And I'll need to use the blue truth liberally in order to make it. I understand. Let's start with the basics. The lack of the detective's authority is no handicap. It simply means that I'm fighting under the same conditions Battler once was. Yes. This fight is retracing the old ways when Battler and Bato fought so fiercely. I have nothing as convenient as a detective's authority. I just have to truly fight the same way the old battler fought. Thinking of it this way, it may be true that I was given quite a favorable, unfair position last game. Just as my master has said. It may be difficult without the detective's authority, which is also my pride and honor as a detective. But I won't let that be a handicap. I know what magic is, and I'm fully aware of how to fight with the red and blue troops. I know the way to fight in this game many times better than the old battler did. I quickly visited the VIP room, across the study, and Natsu's room on the second floor, as well as the parlor and the guest room on the first floor. This time checking with my own eyes, as I had failed to do in the last game. I told you, that was her big mistake in the last game. She didn't check the murders with her own eyes. The half-reds! Her corpse was found in her room. Furo Erika didn't perform a proper investigation, so the details of the cause of death are unknown. They all say the same. First off, all of the scenes were made to look like closed rooms. Probably a special note was the fact that the master keys could have had nothing to do with the trick. Yerp. He's dead, yeah. The closed rooms were all made without relying on any elements that could be locked or unlocked from the outside by a master key or something else. The windows were locked from the inside, and the doors were all locked in chains. A master key could get around all the locks and the doors, but not the window locks or the chain locks. I haven't yet had Badler confirm that it's impossible to manipulate those from the outside, but I'm sure he'll be able to say it in red. It'd be stupid otherwise. I understand. Right now, I am a mere human. I can't even properly confirm the death of the corpses. I really like the last frame of her doing the expression. Just crying and throwing up for a single frame. Last time I neglected to take the corpses and let a massive bit of magic get by me. I won't fail like that again. If I did, I wouldn't be able to face the master I am so indebted to. We have checked all of the scenes and finished gathering information. Here is our report. Go ahead. First, all of the rooms were closed rooms formed by the window locks and chain locks and the like, so that interference from the outside world would be difficult. The only exception is the parlor, where Rosa and Maria lay dead. Please, allow me to speak. Let it be known that the door was barred with a hatchet. It is thought to be substantially the same as a chain lock, and that it can only be set from the inside. It is probably their goal to construct closed rooms, where explanations using master keys are made completely ineffective. The parlor has no chain lock due to its very nature, so it is natural that something else would be used in the chain's place. In that case, the interesting question becomes why one of the other rooms with chain locks wasn't chosen to be a closed room. There were several guest rooms other than the one Badler lay dead in. All with similar layouts, correct? Yes, that is correct. In that case, even though it should have been more beautiful to throw them in there, so that everyone would be inside a chain-locked closed room, they did not. That hat stand door bar in the parlor seems very suspicious. I should probably pursue this when demanding red truths. Also, we have corpses. But are they the same absolute death with their necks sliced open like in the last game? Which could be confirmed even without the detective's authority. Of course, she had checked all of the corpses in all the crime scenes this time. However, without the detective's authority, she had no guarantee that she would be able to see through any fake death with certainty. The old father had also started fighting by doubting whether the victims were truly dead. It was the same for Erika. Please, allow me to speak. Know that there were no corpses that could have been confirmed dead with certainty by physical means. Please, allow me to speak. We cannot deny the possibility that any of these corpses might be a fake death. Well, I doubt Badler will easily confirm their deaths in red even if I tell him to. Sheesh. I like Badler's chain of 6 closed rooms better. However, these closed rooms are even more complete, considering that master keys don't help you at all. There are 2 general ways of breaking closed rooms that Badler might be after. An illusion of a closed room, or an illusion of a crime. It'll be one of those. I get the first one. That's when something looks like a closed room, but it actually isn't, right? What do you mean by an illusion of a crime? Oh, an illusion of a crime is when it turns out that it's actually legal to murder. So no crime was committed. It was pretty cool, you're not wrong. He's not wrong. Episode 3's murders in general were probably my favorites just because of how... really... they have really simple solutions, but it's really hard to see the full picture. Or rather, it's hard to come to the answer because of how simple it is. An illusion that makes it seem as though a crime has occurred. In other words, are they really dead? Well, that's dumb. If the people inside are alive, handling any kind of closed room is like pissing in a toilet. Still, with this closed room, it's pretty hard to think of any other answer. What about the endless possibilities of manipulating the chain lock from the outside? We don't know if there are any secret doors, ways to kill from a distance, chances of suicide, or even whether these are complete closed rooms in the first place. I already know, since I'm looking at Badler's game board from the underside. But these are perfect closed rooms. That's really funny to go, yeah, I can see the answers. Wouldn't you like to know? They can only be constructed from the inside, and there exists no method by which to construct, deconstruct, or interfere with them from the outside. Can you say that in red? That'd be a little rude to Badler, so no. If you do love me, you must see my words as rest truth already, right? Damn, she got her ass. then the closed rooms are perfect. In other words, this is an illusion of a crime. It does seem that way. If so, these are all Trick's closed rooms. Doesn't this mean that everyone got so pissed at Erika bragging about the Texas and stuff that they joined together and set up a fake murder to make fun of her? Oh, is that the right answer? I'm like a super detective. Unfortunately, this isn't a fake. The victims really have been killed. Huh? And you don't mean by midnight on the second day, right? No detective proclamation has been made, but she's very accurate when examining corpses. If a death happens by midnight on the second day, it doesn't count. Remember this. They're saying it for a reason. She's good enough that I could give her examinations to read through. So, does that mean that they were definitely dead when Erika examined their corpses? Or to be more precise, they're saying that if you die on the second day at midnight, it doesn't really count as any different from any of the other games. Yes, that's right. So you shouldn't really take it into consideration. Totally. But you won't say it in red for her, right? And that poor Erika must want it so bad. Well, she isn't even the detective this time around. I won't give her any credit. Still, that makes it incredible. This time, Battlers really made a perfect close room. Oh yes, I believe you're right. Will Erika be okay? It looks like an ordinary close room murder at a glance. But this one is pretty nasty. Won't this load be a bit too heavy for Erika without her detective's authority? She is a self-proclaimed detective. I'm sure she'll pull through. If Battler and Bat are defeated by a mere human who isn't even a detective, they'd fall apart in the most exquisite way, don't you think? And even if Erika loses, you get to play by throwing her into the worst fragment and knocking her into the depths of oblivion. Exactly. No matter how it turns out, it won't be boring. You really are heartless, aren't you? Well, bringing out this black cat like a towel and licking up every last drop is bliss to... Holy shit! Holy shit! They're literally doing the plushie and milk thing. Ryukishi read the post. Battle's game board did entertain me for quite some time. But we've already wrung everything we can from it. It'll be over with this game. So, in the end, we really must let Battle and Erika bet everything on one final face-off. And I wanted to play with you forever in this game. What a shame. Come now. I've spent plenty of time with you already. Go find me another interesting game. If you do, I'll play with you again. Ah, yes. You really don't let me get bored. That's okay, Burn Castell. Seeing your face twist with anguish is the one forbidden honey I've found for myself. Yeah. The rest are like the sequel. Lambda Delta had guaranteed that it was a perfect... It's the DLC. Lambda Delta had guaranteed that it was a perfect close room. Bernka still had guaranteed that it was a perfect murder. A perfect close room and murder. The witches ate a killjoy, so they haven't said anything with the red truth yet. Pursuing that was the role for Badler and Erika. Looks like you trample all over the crime scenes by now. Satisfied? Is your inspection complete? Oh, fuck, man. I might have to go for a little bit longer. There's no way in hell I finish this tonight, but I do want to see one plot point. Because I think we're very close to it. There might be even 2 more streams of this episode. But we might actually reach the plot point tonight. Yes, I'm satisfied. So, about our war of red and blue. Shall we start right away? Or do it all at the end? I don't like putting things off. I think the same goes for you. Unless we go back to the competition, in which case we are gonna stop. Then let's get started with the closed rooms of the first Twilight. First, I'd like to check. Do you intend to respond if I ask you to repeat something in red? Depending on what you say, yes. I have no obligation to respond to everything. And I won't reveal my reasons when I refuse. Good. I wonder which part it is. Oh, it's the part where they... Oh, whoops, my microphone muted. It's fine. Then let's start simple and confirm the definition of a closed room. Planor, please read it aloud. Understood. We demand the following to be repeated. Planner spread out one of those scrolls that some official would always spread out when announcing the king in Western fairy tales, and read it aloud. Classic. First, the rooms with the 6 people in them are all closed rooms. Acknowledged. Of course, that's only until Goda and the others severed the chains and destroyed the closed rooms. This part must have been extremely annoying to write in the wiki, because it just says acknowledged, so they have to explain what's being acknowledged. And a nod from Lanor, Cornelia, who stood behind her, started taking notes. Second, the definition of a closed room implies that it is impossible to construct from the outside. Acknowledged. In other words, no trickery done from the outside can construct a closed room. It is not permitted for a chain lock to be reset from the outside, by a cleverly used wire, for example. I didn't need you to tell me that. Lanor, please continue. Third, the definition of a closed room implies that all forms of interference that pass between the inside and outside of the room are prevented. Acknowledged. However, I won't deny the kinds of interference that you'd expect from a normal room, such as knocks, voices, and the extension's telephone line. 4. At the time of the deconstruction of the closed rooms, none existed within the rooms except the victims, Natsuhi, Eva, Kirie, Rosa, Maria, Butler. Acknowledged. In this way, they could confirm whether or not the culprit had been hiding inside a closed room. If the culprit had slipped out of the room after the discoverers had noticed the murders and then walked away, it would have been possible to construct an illusion of a closed room. Because Butler had acknowledged their statement with direct truth, the possibility that the culprit and the victim had both been inside the closed room at the time of the crime, and that the culprit had hidden under the bed and snuck out after the discovery of the crime, had been denied. 5th. No murder was committed after the deconstruction of the closed rooms. I refuse. Why? Because the victims really were alive after the closed rooms were destroyed? So Krause and the others who barged in were the culprits and committed the murders then. In other words, they were post-closed room murders. Is that why you refuse? Not at all. The murders will continue to occur, so we cannot say in red that no murders will happen after this. Sheesh, what twisted logic. You probably see what we're getting at. Krause's group cut the chain and destroyed the closed rooms, then killed the people inside. I just want you to counter this. Lady Erika, it is insufficient to refer to Krause's group. An unspecified number of people. You should first determine which humans entered the room after the closed room was deconstructed. Allow me to speak. Excepting the victims, those who went to the closed rooms were Krause, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Golden. Allow me to speak. This is based on spoken testimony. Know that there is no proof that others did not enter. I know that already. Let's have you repeat that. After the construction of the closed rooms, then excluding me, only Krause, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda entered the rooms. Sure. Acknowledged. However, this only applies to the current point in time. It's possible that some later development in the game will cause more people to enter. Repeat it. Krause, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda are not culprits. Butler put his finger on his chin, deep in thoughts. This word, culprits, was fairly broad, and it might serve to greatly restrict the darkness of the witch. Why not answer? If we refuse, their blue truths naming Krause and the others as the culprits will remain. Sure. I'll acknowledge it, but I'll make the language more strict. Krause, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda were not involved in the murders of Natsuhi, Eva, Kirie, Rosa, Maria, and Butler. And that means it was also impossible for any of the other humans, who didn't even enter the closed room, to have been involved with murder, doesn't it? Who knows? Think about it yourself. If you think you can build up some blue truth from how a closed room murder can be committed without entering the room, then I'll respond with the red truth. However, I only need to destroy one of the blue truths you'll be presenting from here on out. In other words, even if you do manage to use the blue truth and explain this away with some long-distance closed room murder trick X, I don't necessarily have to counter that with the red truth. These are the rules of the Witch's game. Anjay had confirmed these details with Bato in the fourth game. The witch side lays out riddle after riddle that it claims are impossible to carry out except by magic. The human side must use the blue truth to argue that they are explainable with tricks. And if they fail to make a counter-argument with the blue truth for even one of the riddles, that riddle will be considered to have been done by magic. And it will be impossible to deny the existence of a witch. In other words, the witch side only needs to protect any of its riddles. However, the human side has to fully explain all the riddles with the blue truth. And even if the human side manages to explain all of the riddles with the blue truth, if any one of those is successfully countered by the red truth, the witch will win. That was why, like the strategy the old Bato had adopted at the end. It was sufficient for the witch side to put off their red text counter-arguments until the very last moment, then make a single strike at their opponent's most fragile spot. In any event, you refuse to repeat that last one, right? Don't get the wrong idea. I don't give out red for free. From the witch's side's perspective, repeating statements made by the human side is just a supplement, to make sure they haven't misunderstood the question. Therefore, they have no obligation to respond to extremely broad demands. Not bad. Looks like you can handle being a player on the witch side pretty well too. Your experience is no match for mine. Glanor. Let us continue. Next, the victims did not die by any method other than homicide. Acknowledged. Of course. There were no suicides or accidental deaths. 7th, the victims. Oh, this is Bug's favorite song, I forgot. Rhythm changer. That's enough, Glanor. Are you sure? There are still items. You've done pretty good, I think. You got the fucked up part down. Yes, that will do fine. I've confirmed the status of the crime scene. From here on, it's time for me to argue back with the blue truth. Sure, fine. Let me hear your masterful theories. Though Battler and Erika were enemies, it looked to Bato as though they were having a little fun doing this. She looks so pleasant here. She's just doing this the smilers emote. She was probably slightly jealous of Erika. Bato thought back on the books he had read in Federine's library, in which the old her and Battler had thought, yeah, that one too. That must have been fun as well. During a short break in the family conference, a horrible, brutal mass murder had occurred. Guys, I don't think I'm gonna reach the scene tonight. So whenever this chapter ends, we're gonna call it. Unless the scene happens within this chapter, but I doubt it. The 6 people killed, excluding Battler, had all been women. No! Do not exclude Battler! The remaining men went mad with rage at this cowardice, then broke down sobbing at the sadness of losing their wives. Over and over again. Including Battler, yes. Why were they all women? How cowardly can a person be? What's wrong with this? With us? Here we are under the same roof and we're just smoking away, noticing that members of our own family are getting killed. Damn it! But who? And how? They were not unguarded. The chain was set for all of them. Who gives a damn about that? I don't care how they were killed, I just want to know who did it. Hey, Genji-san, Goda-san. Were the doors and windows to the mansion all locked during the family conference? Yes. There can be no doubt. In accordance with Madame's instructions, everything is always locked at the time of the night patrol. Tonight was a special case, so everything was locked up right after seeing the children off to the guest house. I love that Goda face. How is that possible? I mean, Battler and Maria-chan were inside the mansion, right? They shouldn't have been able to get in, right? If everything really was locked up properly, that couldn't have happened. Doesn't that prove that the building wasn't completely locked up? Well? He was arguing that Goda's failure to lock up properly might have allowed a stranger to sneak in. At the very least, none of them had known that Battler and Mari had visited the mansion. If those two had come and found everything locked tight, they wouldn't have been able to get inside. If they had rung the doorbell, Goda would probably have heard from the servant room, but Goda said that nothing of the sort had happened. How they had entered the locked mansion was a complete mystery. This is merely an idea, but... For example, what if Madame or someone happened to be near the entrance? Notice Battler-sama and Maria-sama knocking on the door, or ringing the bell, and let them in? That couldn't have happened. You were in the servant room then, right, Goda-san? Isn't there a chime in the servant room that goes off when the front door opens? There's no way you would have missed anyone. Well... At that time, Goda was serving drinks as you requested, so he was not in the servant room. Why was there only one servant in the mansion on such an important day? Why was someone as important as Genji-san on duty in the guest house? Does that make any sense? Why was the servant room left empty? My wife formed those shifts. She probably hoped that Goda would be kind enough to serve some fashionable drinks throughout the family conference as well. But Kraus Nissan, oh, he's crying too! This is the family conference, right? The most important day of the year, right? Why was Goda-san left as the only person on shift in the mansion? If there'd just been one more person, everything would be different, wouldn't it? Right? Right? With a half-crying, half-enraged, jumbled-up expression, Hideyoshi yelled at Goda. Of course, the culprit who killed everyone was the most to blame and the most despicable. However, even if he understood that, he needed to let off some of his emotions by hating someone he could see. I am fully aware of how everyone feels. However, please calm down. Either Gorasan wasn't thorough when locking up, or someone let Paddler-san and Maria-san in after they came back from the guest house, and then forgot to lock up afterwards. However, that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with how the culprit snuck in. After all, the mansion is massive. They might have come in much earlier and hid until late at night for all we know. I can understand that you might want to suspect certain people, but please calm down. Our guest is right. The culprit is one we should hate, not the servant who just happens to be on duty. At any rate, let's calm down. I feel as terrible as the rest of you. However, we must take the initiative now and regain our composure. Aniki. Everyone feels just as sad and devastated. And none of us will ever forget the one who did this. For that reason, we must regain our composure. He's right. I still have George. Krasny-san still has Jessica-chan. And Rudolph-kun, you still have Anjay-chan waiting for your return, right? It's still too soon to start pointing fingers. The culprit is still on this island. And we can't be sure that this tragic crime is over. We need to stay calm and prevent any further tragedies. Erika's words softly console them and gently admonish them. If a servant had said the same thing, Rudolph would probably have jumped on him. However, since it had come from the lips of the guests, a neutral party, it seemed to reach their ears. Let's stay cool. We have 3 grown men with us. And you 3 as well, and guns as well. Judging by the pattern of the murders, the chances of the culprit having a gun are low. In other words, as long as we keep our heads. The culprit no longer has any way to touch us. She's right. We can't let the culprit do as they please any longer on our islands. Let's find the culprits. Also, she said 3 grown men even though there's 5. What did she mean by this? Was she trying to say 3 grown men with guns? And where the fuck is Nanjo? I just thought about that. For that matter, where's Kumasawa? I guess they're asleep, because this is the middle of the night still. They can't escape from the island, and there's only so many places they can take shelter from the rain in. This island is larger than you'd think. Unfortunately, it would be difficult to search the island with this many people. Well, I would say Genji counts. I wouldn't say Goda counts, but surely Genji does count. Unless, do they know? After all, if you found the culprits, you might shoot them to death on the spot as you are now. If the fighting culprit has run into that deep forest, you won't find them easily. Right. I like that she's the one who says this island is bigger than you think. I'm telling you this as the guest who just got here. I know more about the island than you. We should just wait for the typhoon to pass. Have the boat call the police for us, and let them thoroughly search the island. The police are incredible. -2 for that. They'll bring hundreds of people and pick through it with a fine-tooth comb. That forest may be deep, but they'll definitely smoke the culprit out. Oh, they'll smoke a culprit out. The most important thing is to make sure no more of our beloved family members are taken from us. Rudolph, if something happens to you, for me to Poopa, what will happen to Andy-chan back home? Kirie, Battler. Damn it. Damn it. I never had a chance to tell you the truth. The truth? Krausan, I'm sure that everyone in the cousin room is extremely agitated right now. If you show them what you regain your composure, I'm sure that will help them relax a lot. Would you mind heading up there? Good point. We have to talk with everyone about what we're going to do next. Please go on with him, Genji-san and Goda-san. I'm sure that Shannon-san, Kanon-san, and Komasawa-san are all very agitated. Yes. Yes, I'm sure everyone is quite agitated. Are you certain? Is there anything else we can help with? That's why I want you to go with Kraus-san. I want you there to help him if something happens. I'd like for the rest of us to check and see that everything's locked up here. We'll head up soon, so please go on ahead. Understood. If you need anything, please call us. Genji bowed and Kraus nodded. Kraus also nodded to Erika, then headed up to the second floor with Genji and Goda. In times of confusion, when only men are around, it's easy for composed members of the opposite sex to take the initiative. Even without the detective's authority, he was able to control them quite naturally. Erika had wanted to get rid of the servants for the time being. Okay. In that case, let's get to checking the locks. Our problem's gonna be the big window in the lounge. It looks like it doesn't have shutters. If they smash this, we won't be able to stop them from coming in. Don't worry, the sound of the glass smashing will be more than enough warning. We'll turn them to Swiss cheese. Quiet, please. I didn't have you stay down here to check the doors and windows. Please, listen calmly to what I'm about to say. When Erika lowered her voice, Rudolph and Hideyoshi realized that she wanted to talk about something secret. They brought their ears closer as soon as they regained their composure. Listen up. This crime happened during a short break in the family conference. In that tiny span of time, 6 people were killed without anyone noticing. I can't imagine a crime improvised on the spot going so smoothly. This crime was committed by someone who knew the layout of this mansion well, inside and out. Well, if they didn't know the inside well, but a short while ago they had attacked Koda, suspecting the servants of making a blunder. However, they'd only thought that he'd forgotten to lock up, and were attacking him for letting the mysterious culprit sneak in. They hadn't considered that one of the servants they knew so well might have taken those lives with their own hands. No, they hadn't wanted to think that. People can't easily suspect someone they know well of being a culprit. At the time of the crime, the mansion was locked from the inside, and only those involved with the family conference existed there. So, Aniki killed Kiri and the others? Or am I supposed to suspect Hideyoshi-san? It's impossible. Unthinkable. I never even considered suspecting Krau's niece on a Rudolph coin. All of the siblings had excellent relationships with their spouses. Can you say that in red, Hideyoshi? True, the Yoshinomiya family may be strict with discipline and money, but that doesn't mean we treasure our own families less than anyone else. Even Rosa, yeah. Yes, of course I believe that. I wouldn't dream that any of you would kill your own wives. Erika had already received red truth prior from Badler that they were not the murderers. So there was no need to argue that point. Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda. None of those four was the killer. And yet, Erika said this. However, what about Goda-san? He was in the waiting room the whole time during the family conference, in a position from which he could do anything without anyone knowing. Isn't it a little early to suspect Goda-san? And 6 people? I would suspect him from 1, but 6? Goda-san came to bring us drinks in the dining hall during the break. He was with us for quite some time. He couldn't have had time to kill 6 people. However, he might have been able to let the actual killer into the mansion. Precisely. Goda-san probably didn't kill him himself. However, it's very possible that he secretly welcomed the actual murderer into the mansion. Rudolph and Hideyoshi, stunned, looked at each other. They were family. Even a wife of the siblings would be considered family. Though the siblings hated each other, it wasn't possible that they'd hate each other's wives enough to kill them. I guess that's true. I guess I can consent to that. They might kill them, but not because they hate them. Eva and Rosa were 2 of the siblings. But none of the others could have had any reason to kill Natsuhi, Kirie, Badler, or the young Maria. But to a servant like Goda, perhaps they were a little more than complete strangers. I suspect the servants on 2 points. First, the victims are familiar with them, and there were no signs of a fight in any of the crime scenes. I think you know well that there was no disturbance at any of those places. I was thinking that too. Figured Kiria was used enough to fight that she would have get killed that easily without resisting. She was? I mean, I guess we do know that she was, but how do you know? What has she told you? What have you done together? That woman wouldn't hesitate to bite your finger off. It does make more sense that the culprit was someone she knew, who suddenly attacked when her guard was down. Come to think of it, the same goes for Mai Eva. She knows a dozen kinds of martial arts. She spends every day practically wishing for some ruffian to attack her. She wouldn't have been killed off so easily. Oh, and very conveniently, Kraus is not in the room to confirm that yes, Natsuhi does indeed know how to use the Naginata. They're gonna leave us with the mystery. Then, what about Rosa-san, in the parlor? Do you think she'd be easily killed by a stranger, without resisting, while she had her only daughter with her? Yes. Well, maybe not without resisting. I want to believe too. And this tells us something else that's important. Something important. The culprit isn't just one person, right? You're right. Both Rosa and Maria-chan were in the parlor. If they hadn't both been killed at the same time, there would have been an uproar. Since the culprit was able to do that, there can't be just one of them. When it comes to Maria-chan, Rosa was like a quick-to-anger mama bear. I guess so. She wouldn't cower in fear even if someone pointed a gun at her. I see. So it had to be someone who wouldn't rouse Rosa's suspicion until the last seconds. Now we see that the idea of an unknown outsider sneaking onto the island is actually the less realistic option. The culprit is someone familiar with this island. And there's more than one. The culprit is someone familiar. And there's more than one. Yeah! Erika's reasoning pointed clearly at the ones they should suspect and guard themselves against. So, you suspect the servants? Yes. Under the normal circumstances, they are the most suspicious. The second reason to suspect them is the closed rooms with the chain locks. Why do the chain locks make them suspicious? What if there was no chain lock on the closed rooms? Then they would have made closed rooms. With a single master key, anyone could make them. I see. The servants had to seal them with the chains so that they wouldn't be suspected. Exactly. By setting the chain, they don't have to worry about being suspected. To turn it around, if the chains weren't set, they wouldn't be able to avoid suspicion, since they hold the master keys. So, the only ones with something to gain from setting the chains are the servants. Really? You think? I'm not trying to protect them or anything, but if so, how'd they actually set the chain? Is it possible to set them from the outside? Considering how they are built. Oh, it's very interesting to see it again. I see. I don't think it'd be possible. Impossible. Have you heard this story? Apparently, some mailmen who deliver to apartment mailboxes are known to carry loops of wire with them. Yeah, I heard of that. Apartment mailboxes often have similar adjoining boxes around them for the nearby room numbers. I heard there's sometimes accidentally delivered levers to the next room over if they weren't careful. These mailboxes are always locked. Almost always locked. If you put the mail into the wrong one, you have no way of getting it out. In that situation, they're supposed to tell the owner of that mailbox about their mistake. Have that person unlock the mailbox for them, and retrieve the improperly delivered mail. However, the resident of that apartment would often be out. And going through that process would be a real pain. Because of that, some mailmen would make a little tool out of wire with a loop at the end, and use that to fish the mistakenly placed postcard out through the crack of the mailbox. I've heard something similar from a friend of mine at the building management company. They simply just let it slide, right? Like, oh, well, hope nobody notices. Probably nobody's gonna make a claim about it. Granted, I've never received mistaken mail. I don't know. It seems like a Japan skill issue. Maybe the people, maybe the postmen here never fuck up. It seems they sometimes get drunks who locked themselves in the bathroom and fell asleep. So to get them out of there, they stick a thin metal tool through the crack in the door and undo the latch. Exactly. All industries have little tools that can easily open things that normally can't be opened. It wouldn't be particularly surprising if the servants of a mansion had something of the sort. Good point. Once you figured out the knack of it, you probably could set the chain from the outside by using a wire. Yeah, we can't be sure that it's impossible. Oh yeah, for sure. True. Physically speaking, one couldn't say for sure that there existed absolutely no way to set and unset chain locks from the outside. Damn. Chain locks allow for the door to be opened a crack. If you stuck something to the crack, you should be able to manage it easily. It was very natural for them to think that. However, Erika knew better. Though it might be possible in reality, the Red Truth has already declared that these closed rooms could not have been constructed from the outside. In other words, it was impossible to manipulate the chain lock from the outside. And yet, Erika was guiding their thoughts with the illusion that only the servants could have constructed the closed rooms. With an air of solemnly revealing some crucial points. She steadily steered the situation in the direction she wanted. Oh, scary. I didn't know you could mail money. I thought it was illegal. Every part of her serious face for the last few minutes had been an act. Wait, she's lying? I know, it's crazy. She's a witch of truth. She can't lie. Oh, is it not illegal? Sorry. No, to put it in her words, it was a detective technique for tricking suspects. I plan to tell Krausen what I've told you. Checks? Yeah, actually, yeah. Now that you mention it, yes. When you say check, it checks out. I plan to tell Krausen what I've told you. I'm not saying that all the servants are culprits. However, it's very likely that one of them is a culprit or has been assisting the culprits. We should split them apart and have people with guns keep an eye on them. Rudolph and Hideyoshi looked at each other again. What she was saying made sense, and it sounded as though she was calmly smoking out the most suspicious people at this point in time. With her accomplished conversation techniques, Erika was cleverly grasping the initiative. Even without the detective's authority, it's possible to control human nature to this degree. What do you think, everyone? Yay, we made it to the end of the chapter. Okay. I haven't seen that. I guess I'm gonna have to now. Okay, we're gonna call it here. We've already passed our usual time limits. Which has been extended, by the way. I don't know if you noticed, but my average has gone from 4 to 5 for the Umineko streams. Can I keep going, actually? You want me to keep going? I mean, you probably want me to keep going, but... I want to hear more story. Me too, but... I don't know how long the next chapter is, and I don't know if I can commit to another hour and a half. Maybe longer. And the thing I wanted to happen is not gonna happen yet. I know for a fact. It's still too early. Did you know? Very small, many small spiders on my ceiling. Oh man, I'm getting convinced. I'm getting convinced to keep going by that. Bug, you know what animal likes to eat spiders? I found out recently. Scorpions. Scorpions like to eat spiders. Scorpions also like to eat other scorpions. Oh-ho! It makes sense, but I don't like to think about it. I don't like to think about it. Speaking of scorpions, okay, I need to give you a full ass context on how this is related to scorpions at all. So, the thing about the place where I live in, well, obviously there's scorpions outside, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't be having scorpion issues here. The thing is, the way that I stop the animals from coming in is from blocking the bottom of the door, right? So there's no slit where they can crawl through. The thing is, because of the way the door is built, I can't use one of those things you put on the underside of your door where there's like foam. So the door remains blocked. Because if I try putting that in, the door gets stuck. You cannot close the door if you put that. And so I can only block the slit on the door when I'm inside the house. I have no way of blocking it when I'm outside. Okay, so having that in mind, next week there won't be a Monday stream because I'm going out of town again. This time, thankfully, the reason I'm going out of town has nothing to do with me, so I have nothing to stress out about. I'm simply accompanying somebody else. And it will only be for a day, but that day is Monday, so no Monday stream. And whenever I leave town, I'm always stressed that I'm always thinking, fuck, man. As soon as I leave the house, all the scorpions are lining up to get in here. I know it. But there's no more spiders in the house, so maybe they gave up. Maybe they don't have anything to eat. There's a couple of ants, but that's about it. Okay, now I'm gonna call it for real. Oh yeah, there's crickets here all the time as well. Not in this place that I'm at, but in the place that I house it, which is my parents' house, which is like really close from here. Yes, a lot of crickets come in. And there's also the jumping spiders. Those are a little bit scary, but they're fine. They're fine. They don't really do anything to you. Like, the only actual beast that scares me is the scorpions. Because those will sting. That's their main feature. They sting you. Oh, fuck. Who do I raid? I don't know. I have choices, but I'm not sure. Oh my god. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for surviving, Harmless. I hope you had a good rest. Well, have, not had. I'm gonna go over here. I've saved twice. I keep doing it out of stress, because last time I forgot to save. Thank you for watching. As I said, no Monday stream because I won't be here. I'd say I'd pass on the Monday stream to another day, but I don't think I will. I think we're just gonna have to take the L. And only do two streams next week. Thank you for killing Badler. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I can't take the credits. No, this is a shout-out. There we go. We're gonna rate Lexi for some. I have no idea why. She's playing cheesy. I saw it and I was like, why is Lexi playing cheesy? Who put her on this task? Because it couldn't be by her own will. Okay, good night. Have a good night. Take care. Thank you for being nice. Bye. She plays some shit.